Heavenly Father, we come before you today, do business for the tribe. We ask that you be with us, guide us today, help us get through this meeting, help us with the decisions we have to make. Just be with us, Lord, and help us make it through another day. All of this we ask in your name. Amen. We have some that called in, won't be with us today. Jared called, Lisa, Lila, Martha, Dira, Dwight, Chris, and Wayne Frederick. Need to excuse those people by motion. Ray? Second by Micah, question by Charles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Council, do you have the agenda before you? Are there any additions or corrections or changes? Kathy?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Lily and Council. I wanted to add this because it's going to be happening next week. I wanted to add that letter of invitation that is coming from the governor's office regarding the meth and opiate summit that's going to be held next week. I think we need to discuss it and make a decision on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
That down under new business? Is there any other changes? Additions? Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. I would just like to add a discussion on the secretarial election.
You want to add that to the agenda?
With that resolution.
Anything else? Need a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Kathy's moved. Second by Ben, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we'll get right into casino business.
Morning, Council, Administration. So you have my report there, give you kind of breakdown of live performance. If you have any questions, let me know. Kind of wanted to go over some of the things we had this month and going forward. Our big promotion we had for our anniversary week went out very well. We were aiming for 600,000 coin in, and we made 42. Pretty successful for us. We have darts starting next week on the 4th. I was just told this morning we had 22 teams. We have our bingo hall renovations that are starting next week as well, so we'll be moving around that room, but we're pretty much ready to go on that. No other entertainment with that renovation in the bingo hall for September. The next thing we'll have is our Halloween costume contest in October. We also have our gaming system upgrade that's going to be really towards the end of September. finishing towards the end of October, where we'll get everybody trained up in the system. All the new stuff that we're gonna have, the integration of promotional kiosks. And hopefully by mid-November, we'll have that fully online and ready to utilize. So probably December, we'll be able to start using the new features in the system upgrade.
Ben,
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Good morning, Council. Yes, just my concern, I know there were some concerns with the, I think what's it called, the anniversary date, I think it was. There's quite a few people that were kind of upset about there wasn't as much promotions or anything to that effect. I know you guys did good on it, which was pretty good. I mean, anything out there is better than nothing. That's what I would like to say too. So I'm just kind of curious, are we looking at, I know the bingo hall, or actually the bingo is stopped for the whole month of September, right? So there's no bingo for the whole month of September. They're gonna be doing renovations, and so the darts, they're still gonna be playing in that deal? I mean, it just should be.
Yes, we're gonna be doing that room in sections, so we're gonna kind of move the boards around in the deli as well as far as where the seating area, just as they do those different sections.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. And of course, just as long as the people are aware of it, that's what we're trying to do, just make sure that the accommodations are gonna be for I guess the players and also the members. But anyway, those are just things that I want to make sure that we are clear on, and they understand all this, what we're trying to put out to them. So that's all I have right now. So thank you very much.
go ahead, continue.
Oh, that's fine. If there was any, marketable.
Sure. Is there any questions? Thank you. It was very short report. The drone.
Before I ask to go, I'm very sorry. Good morning. Before I ask to go to executive to discuss the financials, there's just a couple of things, casino business I want to discuss with everybody in open forum. The bingo closing for the month, we're really, to get a little more descriptive, we're going to tear the carpeting up in there. Definitely you could use it, redo the concrete and everything else. We're going to probably try and reshape bingo, so we're just going to do a reset. That's the reason why we're doing it, for all the reasons on it. So again, I'm more than glad we are advertising it out there and letting people know. But we're hoping to come back with actually a much stronger product. And the room looking carpeting, it's not 20 years old in it and everything else like that. The anniversary promotion that Marcus said too, the amount of coin-in on that was literally just a couple $1,000s less than the 4th of July, which was the best day in 2 years. So it did go well. As far as the advertising, we did increase advertising, things like that. Every now and then, you can all blame me that I'll look at advertising a very specific way that we feel we can make money back from it instead of just spending money on it and not make it back. And I'm more than glad that anyone ever wants to discuss it again. I'd be more than glad to discuss on that. The slot revenues, just to let you know, not giving too much away. Our win per machine, which wasn't bad in July, was $137. Currently, we're at $143 per machine. We expect it to get better as we still put more new machines in there and things like that. But I wanted to bring that up before I asked to go to executive and we discuss the financial sheets that are in front of you. But I just want to let you know that. Was there any other questions on this that I can answer?
I just have a general question about the building. How much longer are we gonna be able to operate? Yeah, I heard some rumors about that basement flooding, stuff like this is.
The basement flooded a while ago, which due to an issue with the pool, there's no water in the pool. We got to replace the whole liner of the pool, which we can afford. I just have to make sure our infrastructure in the hotel can also handle watching over that part of the facility.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah. As far as I meant the infrastructure, as far as the infrastructure, the buildings and things like that, you know, we are putting money back in. We're replacing 2 air conditioning units. We're changing, if anyone's been in the buffet, we are actually changing the floor out this fall. And the reason I'm waiting for the heavy season to end before I shut them down for a week. We've hired a company, as I've mentioned in the past, to do basically a basic pre-maintenance plan that we pay them quarterly and they check out our system. Better to pay something now than, you know, for parts than pay to replace something because there's been no preventative maintenance up to a recent amount of time. So we brought a company in that we're paying quarterly to check that stuff out. As far as the rest of the building, I'm relatively confident at this moment we're okay with it. But we are, again, we're replacing air conditioning units and things like that. We're looking at 20, 25-year-old units that have had, up to a certain point, no preventative maintenance. So we've got to pay a pipe eventually on some of that stuff. We are replacing the fire alarm in there too because of past issues of people who have changed wiring on it. I worry about those sort of things, and we're fixing that. So there is a halfway decent amount of capital expenditures going back in at this moment. Anything else?
Kathy?
Good morning. I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
My first question is, the ventilation system out there, the intake and the output, the smoke is really heavy. When it's full in there, you can see the smoke. Putting a big fan in the corner and just blowing it at whoever's sitting in front of it it's not efficient. And before the casino was non-smoking, most casinos are non-smoking. I feel like if we're going to have smoking allowed in there, then you either need to have a room designated for it, get a better ventilation system, or not have smoking. Because secondhand smoking is more dangerous to people than the people smoking the cigarette. And I've been out there when it is so heavy, you leave with a headache. It affects your breathing. I've seen elders out there with oxygen tanks. So there's a lot of concern for me for the health and safety of both the smokers and the non-smokers. So I would like to hear of a plan on improving that system. If we've got an adequate intake and output system for ventilation of our air quality, then it's not working. So I didn't hear you say anything about the air quality, but the ventilation system, so I would like to know about that. So that's my first one. The second question I have is, I would like to know why we need to go into executive to speak about our financial. Why can't that be shared with the people? Why can't they know where we're standing with our finances at the casino?
I can tell you my experiences. I'll talk about the air conditioning first and we'll go to that.
Okay, the last one to make note of
Sorry, go ahead.
is, I'm not sure if you're the person for the plaza or not, but I think, have we looked into upgrading the pumps out there? Those pumps, I mean, you have to go in and take your card in. They don't always work right. They look like they're almost obsolete. They're in bad shape. Our plaza needs to have some improvements on it. So that was my last note. Thank you.
No, thank you. As far as the air quality, we actually have had people in the last 2 weeks to work on it. It's a perfect no, ma'am. We're actually looking into paying for commercial smoke heaters to install above the ceiling into that. To eliminate smoking, I'm not a smoker, so I'm going to start off with that. I'm a drug dealer's best friend. I'm not a smoker, but I will argue, excuse me, I actually believe it will affect a decent amount of our revenue. I've been with casinos that have gone one way to the next. I'll use, and I know we're now with the state of Illinois as an example, went to complete non-smoking about 10 years ago in all their casinos. Every state allowed it. Again, I'm going to preface again, I'm not a smoker. They lost about 11% of gaming revenue. I understand the health reasons, please, I do. I'm also very cognizant of how much money I got to bring in to pay when we talk about this into the property too. I'll do whatever I'm told to do, without a doubt. But they are working on the air handling as we speak this whole week. We're doing, we've okayed about $40,000 of improvements to that and everything else. And time will tell if it actually helps. Can't give you an answer right now. I'm waiting for it to finish, see what happens, and we'll have that discussion. So as far as that. As far as the travel plaza, to replace the pumps, we had a quote, it's a little over $400,000. And I understand pumps need better, and I'm actually, we're trying to look to different venues. The vendor they have quoted $396,000 to replace the pumps, which it is a revenue earner, but that's a very, very tough nut to crack, trying to deal with it. But I'm not done. We are seeking other vendors. Just had that quote recently. As far as the financials, everywhere I've been, I think we've had this conversation, the gaming financials are for the council, and they've never, ever, and again, I'm not here to second guess, they're never there to the open public of what the casino makes or doesn't make, as in the financials to your other entities that I don't have privy to. So, these financials, especially since we're just rebuilding them, really, if you're not, I'm not here to sit there and talk to you about what each one means, as we're just realizing through a lot of these issues come 4+ years back. What we're dealing with, we finally are recognizing and dealing with. I've never, again, from my experience, and I need to make sure, because part of my contract states, and I won't argue, that financials and everything are under the confidentiality agreement, what I'm signed to do. And they're given to the right people, being the councils and the executive committee, my board of directors. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm just used to confidentials being very financials being confidential. That is something that is to be decided by this room.
Ken? Yeah, good morning. Again, I think those are my concerns. I guess the first question too with Kathy's concern with the air quality. You know, I think in the past it was two different parts where the smoking and non-smoking, but I think it's your responsibility as a casino itself to make the place safe, adequate for people like that. So even if there is no smokers that come in, I think that should be, there should be a place for them anyways. But those are things I think that we should be addressing anyways. I mean, the quality of the safety of our people out there. I don't know if you have a compliance officer out there or not, or maybe a safety officer who should be looking into that type of stuff, and maybe at least giving you an insight and heads up on that. So that way, again, it's safe. I mean, you can kind of say, well, we guarantee that our people are making it safe out there. Now, the other thing too with our financials, I mean, again, that we talked about that last time too. You know, we went through the financial. There's really nothing in there that was confidential. You know, so I'm just kind of curious of what, if you signed an agreement on that, and I'm kind of concerned and kind of curious of why that was, because again, it's just financial. I mean, that's what you bring us all the time. And I think I've heard a couple stories here, while a couple people concerns that there was financials being put out there to other people directly from the finance office. Other people actually had that information, and I'm like, why aren't they able to get that information? So again, it's being leaked out there anyways. And again, too, when it's out there, we're gonna have to be, we're gonna have to make an account. We're gonna have to account for that, because people are gonna be letting us know. And here you are telling us that it's confidential. You can't give it to certain people and stuff. So if it's already being put out there by the financial department, then we need to find out what's going on there. If you're telling us something, they're putting out something. So you need to figure out what's going on there. So all these financials right here, I'm sure it's probably sitting out there in somebody's computer or somebody's laptop or whatever, saying, hey, this is what's all going out there at the casino. So why would we have to go off the air for it? Why would we have to, so these are things that I guess on your part, in your ball field, you're gonna have to decide which way you want to go. If you want to do, go with executive session in it and not tell anybody, because there's nothing pretty about it. Again, we have all the things that come out, it's numbers, I mean, that's all that works on it. So, but I'm just kind of curious, because I know the previous general manager did it before, acting general manager, he always wanted to go to executive session. There was nothing in there that stated that we had to go. There was no names in there. There was no, I mean, I guess if there was an entity, because I know the previous chairman did say that, there's entities that didn't want their financials out there, well, they're dealing with us as a casino, and we think that that should be out there with the people. So I'm just kind of putting that out there as just a little bit of debate on it, so just letting you know about it.
And I
Thank you.
think these numbers, the only other people who have these numbers are the people standing back of you that is emailed them 2 days ago. These numbers don't make it to your finance office. These are in-house numbers. These are numbers, again, I'll abide by whatever the group wants.
Okay.
These numbers are numbers we've been fighting to put back together that haven't actually, to AP that hasn't been recorded for up to 4 years, right, and things like that. So as you look at these numbers, and I'll be more glad to discuss it.
Yeah.
I'll abide by what the decision is.
Oh,
Can I make a comment? There's a difference between going into executive session off the air. If we're gonna talk about these numbers here, for sure we need to go off the air. Because I'm not sure if you guys realize, when we're on the air, people all over the world watching us. I'm telling you, I get letters from guys over in Ireland all over that watch our casino, our council. This kind of stuff does not be on the air for that kind of audience. We don't have to go into executive sessions so that the public can have access to what we're discussing, but it does not need to be on the air. That's my opinion.
I guess the clarification on that too, it's not our finance department that's leaking this information, it's your guys, it's the finance out to the casino. See, so when it's out there, and we have to address it, because again, it gets put out there in the public, you know, and these are casino ones, so it's not Rosebud Sioux Tribe, that finance department, it's the casino's finance, yeah, it's the finance from out there, so when it's out there, you know, and then we have to address that. Again, too, there's something, and of course, if it's on air, it's got to come out anyways, because it's going to be on the public, so whether we say it is or it isn't, I mean, so those are just my concerns on it, is that we got to make sure it's clear here, because you're giving your report here to council, to the administration, so we understand that it's a clarity of it. So when it's out there, we just want to make sure, but I'm just, if you had a contract that was signed that said you're not going to put on anything confidential, that's fine. At least let the people know, make them aware about it, that this is true financial information that you're getting from the casino. And when it's out there in the public, we have to address it. Like, well, we have talked to you about it.
I'm open to what the room agrees to. I report to the room. So, what you want, and I'll do it. That's it.
Yes, Michelle.
Morning. Not to change the subject, but I wanted to hear you speak on the franchise, because if I remember correctly, you said it wasn't an issue, and then there was a letter leaked saying that we got sanctions or fine or something. So I'd like to hear about that, and then is there any plans on sports betting, and where we at with that?
Okay, sure. As far as the choice stuff, we actually, when that letter came out, we were already talking to them about doing it. We've settled more than half that hasn't been paid in over a year. As far as fines and everything like that, they've been getting fined from choice, and I'm trying to get something for over 3 years. Not having signed to compliance, not having other situations, failing things that I'm just getting my hands on all now. I've been on the phone with Choice more in the last 2 weeks than I had in my first 4 months, and we've settled half the debt with them. We have a pay plan to do it. My also comment with them is that they got to wipe all these other fines off in the future. We'll settle everything that's stated now. As far as leaving Choice, I don't have an issue with it. We just need to bring a reservation system in-house, and right now actively looking for another one. And we could walk away from it, but at the moment, I'm tied into their reservation system, which means too much in revenue to us to walk away at the moment. So the letter that leaked out, by the way, is a major violation of the confidentiality rules of the casino and almost any company that you sign a confidentiality agreement. We have recognized certain things. We took a step towards someone that wasn't that person. We pretty well think we know who it is, and we'll deal with it, and I'm sure you're going to hear from the person on the next meeting. But that, to me, in my humble opinion, violating confidentiality is just horrible. Especially that, because that was meant, there's no other way but to embarrass us. Even though I've been on the phone with Dave for that letter, with the area vice president of Choice, working on something with them. So, as far as that, sorry, what was the second question about?
Sports betting.
Sports betting. I'm going to be at the gaming show in October. We're going to meet a few different people. The good thing about sports betting and the lousy thing is that there's only so much money to be made, and what's their capital structure going to be put it in. Because it's obviously going to be geofence within the state of South Dakota. How much money? And so we're gonna see who can offer us, I don't want to use the best deal, but the best partnership to do it. When I come back in October, I'm gonna have some names. We'll talk to everybody about. There's a few companies I'm gonna be talking to. It's not gonna be the FanDuels or the DraftKings, because what they want from a revenue situation, it's gonna be very tough for the state to produce anyways. It's not like they're in Illinois, which is a $3 billion a month, sports betting state. You're limited here, but there are some medium, smaller companies that can do us the exact same things. And I want to see what they can offer us, and I will bring it to the council.
And then, I was out there a couple weeks ago, there's still a lot of machines down, so what's the plan? Are you gonna replace those or get them out and bring new machines?
I'm leaving them there till, we're signing up, we've got 4 new machines, I got 4 more coming next week. We're gonna have another 4 coming in by October. At the gaming show, I'm gonna look to replace a certain amount of them. The floor itself has 240 machines. I think we're gonna stick around 230 to 235 and make it right. The 4 new machines we have in now, if you've seen those 4 Ruses, make up for, those 4 machines alone, about 10 to 12% of our coin and night. So they're doing very, very, very well. We're bringing other machines in. We gotta decide how to do it, because to purchase them, we're trying to work deals out where I call them bucket sale. We take them on participation fee pays towards purchasing them within a year, 18 months. And then in their eyes, we get to keep them all. Some companies are great at dealing with that, some companies aren't, so we're trying to find the best ones for us. As far as those other machines off the floor, we're gonna deal with them, but right now, I don't have anywhere in storage to put them at the moment. I'm gonna be replacing them with other machines.
Kathy? And Ben?
Just real quick for clarity, the question I'm asking you about the financial part is we need to have that transparency. And the people that listen, they always ask us these questions. So I pose a question to you so that those listening will understand why we always ask to go into executive when the financial status of our casino is brought on the floor. So thank you for responding.
My whole thing is I'm going from my experience of talking, but as I report to this body, if they want open, I'm off. It doesn't bother me. Numbers are in front of you. I just have to explain what they mean.
And again, too, that's just the same thing, clarify I got too, is just that as long as we have an understanding, because again, it's financials, I mean, again, the public out there just want to know what's going on. And of course, they could probably see that too, as far as what the machines are down, things to that effect. So I'm just making sure that we here have a clarity of what we can put out there, what we can't put out there. But if there was, I guess it was concerning to me because the previous GM did the same thing too, went off the air. Didn't go into executive session, just went off the air. So I'm just kind of concerned because they say, well, it went off the air for what reason? So I'm not sure, And they said it's confidentiality. So we went a few times with these financials, and a lot of it doesn't pertain to a lot of, privy information. But if you make it that, then I guess we're gonna have to follow that. But I guess recommendation from the administration, I'm okay with it too then.
I'm okay with what you want.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Gonna go off the air to discuss that. That's up to you.
Sir.
Council, are we gonna go off the air then, or? Go off the air? If Sam's back there, we'll go off the air.
Yeah, we're just gonna finish our previous agenda.
Okay.
Can do with the one and then we can rescind this.
Should we deal with these additions now? Wait,
Yes, tonight, ask the council, well, Daryl's here. The superintendent called me in yesterday and had a discussion about the upcoming referendum. There are a lot of concerns that the amount of time that's remaining, according to the rules they have to follow, is not going to give us enough time to adequately give everybody an opportunity to vote. I know when I talked to him yesterday, he told me the contractor that's receiving these registration had like 65 like yesterday. The deadline is Friday. And he can correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the issues here is that everybody thinks that the required amount of eligible voters is 30% of those who voted in the last election. And that's where we got in trouble last time. That's not accurate. What is accurate is these registrations that were sent out. When those are all received, if there's only 500 received, those are the voting pool. So only 30% of those 500 have to vote to make it a valid election. That's why the last time only 800 people voted. It's because not everybody turned their registration forms back in. So if we can postpone or most likely cancel this, there's a great potential that less than 500 people are going to decide what's going to happen in this referendum vote. And I think the committee met yesterday and they addressed this issue. So I think their recommendation is that tribal council reconsider and cancel or whatever the resolution that authorized the referendum vote so that we can start over fresh again. And because once the mistake they made, once that resolution was sent in, all these time frames started. We should have made sure that our voter registration list and all that was all done before we sent that resolution in. So, but that's the recommendation. And I think we only have until today to do that. If we don't do it today, and they're bound to have the election, and I'm telling you, it's going to be a wreck. So.
Kathy.
So do we have that resolution prepared for us to do this?
I visited with Eric, and Eric's of the opinion, call him in here, but Eric's of the opinion that we don't have to do a new resolution. All we would do is reconsider and void the resolution that asks for a referendum vote. Just bring it up, and say it's void, and then we'll get that to the Bureau. That stops everything. That's Eric's opinion. But the superintendent's here. He maybe answer that.
Yeah, you guys will need to rescind the original resolution that was brought forward to do the secretary election. And I know I sent the regulations to everybody. You guys get a copy on 81.18. Spells out what we need to do to cancel the resolution. So based on that, the tribe may withdraw the request for secretary election in the same manner in which the secretary election was requested. The petitioners may withdraw the request for secretary election by submitting a new petition with signatures, with at least the majority of the signatures on the original petition.
Ben, and then Kathy.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about, because we already put that educational system out there and stuff, whatever, so I'm just kind of concerned that maybe the confusion part of it will come into play. But at the same time too, I'm kind of like, this may be a little frustrated a little bit that this wasn't put in place as far as like, and I know you're new, I know you just came into the acting superintendent part of it. There should have been a process of how that worked out, and it should have been explained to not only us, but then to the public too. So that's what I'm kind of concerned about. So these are things that I guess we need to address, and then, when is it going to be able to be put back in again? I guess that's what I'm kind of curious
You guys can do it anytime you want, once we, in the committee yesterday, we discussed, there needs to be more planning, like within that committee to get rid, the biggest issue that we had was getting the voter list.
Yes, yep.
I
Yep.
think we eventually got the entire list that we needed.
Yep.
Was that August 8th? I think you sent that email August 8th, so. That was all based, the voter list was all based on what our next steps moving
Yep.
forward, so and that didn't give us enough time to.
So that's what I'm trying to get at too, that once everything got approved from here and we kind of made sure it was approved and we went through the proper steps, then it was on the BIA's part of it to say, okay, well, we only have a certain amount of time, but again, that should have been, laid out to us at least and let everybody know about that stuff. So to me, it's kind of concerning, but I know I think when the BIA, I know they came in during this governmental affairs meeting, you guys moved to the mail-in ballots, and that was something I don't know, because of COVID of some sort, but so we had to adapt to your guys' transition, I guess you can say. That's kind of what we have to do it anyways because we're under you guys. So those are just my concerns that, again, we've had to, hurry up and follow along what you guys are doing, but there should have been a process that should have been put in place no matter what, if this was to take place. I mean, again, it's a lot of reading, a lot of understanding, but a lot of amendments that went to it too, especially with that mail-in ballots. Now, again, that's what a lot of people are concerned about because then they are getting the mail-in or mail-out ballots, but they just don't know where that's going and how that's going to be accounted. So I'm just kind of making sure, because I think I was up at the post office yesterday. There was a concern about it. There was 2 people that came in and said, I was waiting for this. Is this still going to happen? And I think they said it was going to be extended, I think is what it sounded like.
We extended it.
Extended, yeah. So that,
29.
yep, so there was a couple of concerns about it and I was like, whoa, I did get mine too. So again, but then these are just things that we had to get out there to the public. So I know the legislative office is getting a lot of backlash, a lot of, input about what should be going on and stuff. So I just want to make it clear that we are, what direction we're going, that we make it clear to not only the public, but to not only our legislation part of it and then us, so we can put it out there to the public.
Sure. In the regulations for the secretary election is mail-in ballot, that's the regulation for mail-in.
Was that good?
ballots.
Was that addressed? Was that put in before? Because when the prompt came over to us to do that, she did say, well, I think it was changed like a couple years back or 5 years back.
It's fairly new as far as
Yep.
changing the regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Emily, then Kathy.
My intention was to make a motion to rescind that resolution so that we can get a motion out there for discussion, but
Are you
we're kind of.
moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Kathy?
So your motion is just to,
Reconsider rescind the resolution. I don't know, Secretary, can you get that resolution number?
22,398.
so you're gonna rescind it and withdraw it to just continue at this time until a further date?
So what it was explained yesterday is we have to rescind that existing resolution that puts it forward. And then whenever we're ready or whatever, then we kind of have to
Do it
do it again.
Start over, yeah.
Start a new
Start from
resolution, reestablish that.
Okay,
As
we
long
have
as
a
we have
motion
that.
on the floor with a second. We can discuss some more. Is there other questions?
Oh, yeah, I just kind of curious. So we're going to stop the legislative office because they're the ones that are pursuing this. So we're going to just have them just stop everything and not do anything?
Well, my intention was to make that motion and get a second so we can discuss that. But if we don't get a second, then I don't. Then
I said
She said it. She said
Oh,
it.
okay,
She said
sorry.
it. She said it. So I'm just kind of curious if that's what we're going to be doing, to have legislative affairs, just to stop everything, and that way we can, I guess, wait till, get a break, I think maybe a month or 2, I don't know what the deal would be. So I don't-
Sorry. Sorry for not standing. I hurt my
We'll
back.
go back to the starting gate and try it again.
President, can I answer just a little bit? Sure. Or vice versa. So the Legislative Affairs Office also has been having concerns this whole time because they were given the task to do the education piece. They had a nice budget, they were able to run, but because of the timing of everything, they weren't able to even get the timeline down as far as like, this is a deadline because of all these other things weren't in place yet. So having known that, I think from a tribal standpoint, we have a lot of work that we need to do on our end before we ever get to that point. Like, we should have had some drafts in place for what we're gonna do if we do this, or what that looks like.
With the intent?
So I just wanted to give a little bit of background that the Legislative Affairs Office, although I'm not speaking for them, they did also have some concerns with the timeline. And so I think when I asked on the call yesterday about the education piece, they said that the money from BIA was separate. It wasn't linked directly to this, but it was for education for this. And so because we technically educated for the secretary election, they, you know what I mean? It's not like we have to pay that back or anything. And if there is any funds left over, I think it could probably be held on to until we reestablish or if we readdress it down the road.
No. That's okay, Emily. I just want to say on the discussion part of it is that, I feel that it was done in haste. What was the actual intent of doing this? We did it in haste. From experience of what happened with, when they gathered information for addresses just for the elder event, it was found that there were people on that voting registration that were deceased, that were no longer on the reservation, that were no longer in the communities. And so I haven't even got my packet yet. And so I had elders calling me last week saying, well, we have to have this post dated Friday and it has to be out of state by Monday. That's impossible. And so there was a lot of concerns coming from the people that weren't thoroughly educated on this or informed because it was done so quickly. Everything Emily just said, there's much more to it that I did oppose this when it came to this floor because I had my concerns. We violate people's right to vote. We violate their civil rights when we're not thoroughly having them included, and we don't need that type of a lawsuit on our tribe. So I'm really glad that they met on it. I did voice my concerns to Eric last week, and he started doing some research on it and had met with you on it. So I just wanted to say that part as the discussion as we move forward with this motion or this resolution. Thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, I think for future ones, I think we need to get either a committee or a group together to do all the planning. You know, like I said, the biggest issue was the voter registration list. And as of yesterday morning, they received 300, which is still not. And I think 1,000 were returned back to, with the address is not correct. So, yeah, like I said, we need to do a lot more planning before we move forward.
Ben?
Yeah, I just want to make sure and make it clear. I know the public's watching now, so we got to make sure that they understand that it's being stopped.
Yes, being canceled.
Stopped. Nothing's going to be taking place because I mean, I know we're going to get some calls about it. There were some panicky people yesterday about it to see what was going on and they're not even clear about what it was that they were voting on. So we just got to make sure that we have that understanding. So yes, I do believe that we as a government body need to make sure that we are relaying it to the people at the same time too, having some kind of solution for that down the road here. And again, too, I know there are new people here, but again, this is coming in, I think next month, we're gonna have some other people in here. So we got to make sure that they have the understanding too. So again, making sure that it's still rolling rather than just not saying anything. You know, so that's just my thing on it too.
And like I said, you know, I think it'll be better if we do all the planning up front before we, or the council puts in the resolution to do our secretary. Yeah. And that was discussed yesterday at the committee meeting too.
Question?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a second and a question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
I have a
Ray, you're off the
question.
hook.
Chairman, I have a question.
Sure, Michelle.
I'm just curious, whose responsibility is it to update the voter registration list?
Our election office.
It's so out of, I mean, there's people on there that don't even live here, haven't lived here for years, and people that are deceased that are on there, and
Same with our community.
And then, you know, I think ARPA had the most current address as far as enrollment. You know, enrollment had old information, but ARPA had the most current address changes from you guys gave out the checks and stuff. But they were having issues handing that information over.
Emily?
And that's what took so long.
I just wanted to add to that. I think like for this one, it was especially difficult because these types of elections are open to any enrolled citizen of the Rosebud tribe that's 18 years, regardless of where they live.
Yeah.
And our current ordinances for our election office are only for on-reservation voting. And so even if we did have a list that was current and whatever, it still wouldn't have been the right list because we don't have that from our election office. So what we had to do is we had to start with our enrollment office, and they provided any enrolled citizen that would be 18 years old by that date of the 20th. Then, because enrollment stuff is so, old, I mean, people get enrolled and don't update often, we had to be able to find addresses so that's why the ARPA list, because they handed out checks during the pandemic, and so we thought that they would have the most recent, addresses for a lot of people. But that took so long to get, and then the turnaround time was so short that there was nobody checking those. There was nobody saying, there was no check at all. It was just, here you go, here you go, here you go. And so in my opinion, we were not ready. We are not ready for
I think that we should probably inform the public to update their addresses within the enrollment office as well.
And I think we need to establish that the enrollment office should be that hub, you know what I mean, and protect that, because in any event, whether it's calling orders or whatever we're going to be doing for our services for people, we should have updated contact information for them.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering, I know he just had the concern that there was, no communication wise of it. I mean, I don't want to make it a motion, but can we get your office to maybe send letters to these programs, legislative affairs, and the places that need to be addressed to work with them? Because I mean, he just got an updated deal, and that's probably updated for the past, I think, maybe 3-4 years, maybe. So if we can work together right now to start establishing that, because again, it's just gonna go right back to where it is, and nobody not doing anything about it. So if we can kind of start working on it right now, being that the system has been going, start updating information about that. And I know it's a tedious type of thing, but it has to be done. I mean, it's really tough. That'll get a lot of information from the communities and I guess entities, I guess. So yeah, that's just what I'm concerned. So if we can probably do that, I'm not going to make an emotion, but just a concern, and maybe have your office send out a letter just to say that cooperation would be good to get this stuff completed where we tried.
Because I did receive some calls saying they got their packet at their parents' house, which is probably 10-15 years since they lived with their parents.
I got mine too from my parents, and I got just down here that I've been using for the past 20 years. So yeah, I feel the same way.
Emily?
Thank you. I just wanted to add, I hope nothing I said came across negative for our departments. I think that just the whole thing in itself was very rushed. So I think our departments did the best they could with the time and just everything being so crazy. I just also wanted to say, I think as leadership, we might need to establish what that organization should look like, or what the people think the organization should look like. Because when we look at things like services that we're providing to our people, should enrollment be doing that? Should it be community services? Are there another department that we need to create that would house something like this? So I just wanted to put that out there too. Yeah. Some of our committee level discussions, we can start asking our department heads or whoever about how we can organize better to address some of those future things.
Kathy?
With the discussion with Emily and Ben, I think, not today, but as we move forward, maybe it would be a good suggestion to put together a task force that would be able to work on all this stuff for the election in order to gather that information for addresses and getting those lists updated, working collaboratively with the election department and our elections department. So I think if we put all that together and we put a task force on it, we'll have that time and availability to get this all done accurately, so that for anything we do as a tribe moving forward, we'll have this list established. It will be current, and it will be available for a task force to put it all together for us. Thank you.
Whatever you come up with, Kathy, it won't stay permanent anyway.
Yeah.
We're ever changing daily, weekly.
I think that's just one of the things we need to update too, anyway, to make sure that this stays current and stuff. But I know that Toys for Tots during Christmas, that was a really big issue because a lot of communities, have to get a lot of that stuff going too. So it'll be helpful, I think.
Question, the guys who have, do they get promoted? That stuff needs to be ironed out.
moving along.
Yeah.
Becky?
Yeah. Can we discuss the office of, the letter from the governor's office?
Sure.
Okay.
We can.
All right, we all got in our email and we need to discuss it because it's going to be happening next week. We got an invitation from the governor's office to participate in the Tribal Public Safety Crisis Summit. I don't know if we as a tribe have committed to anything. I know that we did our ban of the governor coming on our reservation. However, we do have a meth and opiate epidemic on our reservation. And what I would recommend is that we attend only to listen, to see what's going on, to see if there's going to be help available, but we don't
When is
commit
that?
to anything.
What's the date for that?
September 3rd is next week. And just so the people listening know, it says, I hope this letter finds you well. I write again to offer my assistance and partnership to make a difference to build a safer South Dakota. The first ever Tribal Public Safety Crisis Summit provided a great opportunity to come together to solve problems for our citizens. Because of the conversations and the relationships that were built at the summit, we continue to make progress to improve public safety. We have some things to celebrate, but we know that we still have work to do. I would like to have more conversations with you and members of your leadership team on September 3rd at the Capitol in Pure at 1 p.m. Central Time. Tribal presidents and chairmen, tribal council members, and tribal chiefs of police are invited to attend. Now, the invitation is coming to everyone, but I feel that this body needed to make that decision if we're going to send our representatives up to listen and be involved, but not to sign into any agreement with them at this point in time, but just as a listening session.
Any further discussion?
I just have a follow-up question. Does anybody know if we had any entities that were planning on going? Law enforcement will be there?
Law enforcement was one that actually mentioned that and that was their concern too, is that just go up there to listen and see what they have to offer and stuff, but not to, act on anything. Because again, that was just, it's probably beneficial because again, a lot of the other tribes to see who's going to be up there.
It'd be
and
good
stuff,
to hear it.
but- Yeah, just to hear it. Yeah. So that was,
Listen.
yep. So, but I guess just whoever they send up there, that's what we're talking about.
You probably don't need to send half the tribe up there.
No.
Small location probably.
That's what I wanted to.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to get more again on to, well, I think from the presidential area, we can delegate the people necessary to go. Not everyone needs to attend, but people that, from the program's necessary. What else does it say? The tribal chief, the council members, chairman. So basically, from the president's office, that the same day as the swearing in. And it starts at 1, so it would have been good if they would have done a consultation with us,
Come in.
on the date that this is being scheduled, because, we have something to do that day as well. But if we send someone from law enforcement, I don't know if Eric would be interested in attending, but maybe we can talk further about that later.
You can sure find out from there.
Yeah.
I think he would be.
Council also, I think we let you know earlier that last week, there was a visit by the Marty Jackley, the Attorney General. And so there is some sort of an effort to get the tribes involved in their overall plans to deal with drugs. He was very cordial. I mean, he expressed a lot of concern and wanting to work with the tribe. He understood our relationship hasn't been that great, but he wants to try to improve it. So I just wanted to share that with you, that he did come and meet with us. And then also we had a meeting week before last in Wagner with Merrick Garland, the Attorney General of the United States. And he expressed the same thing, that there needs to be a concerted effort in dealing with this and that the tribes should be at the table. And he assured the tribes that they had his support in whatever our decisions would be. But just letting you guys know that there's a big thing happening here.
Okay, can move along. Kathy, you had a resolution of support you wanted to,
Yeah, I'll need to go see if Eric has it ready. He needed to make one correction in it.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
just a
Ben.
quick one, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I was kind of curious, have you got a follow-up and can we get like a report from one of our entities programs about the storm that hit the other night? I know there's been quite a bit of damage to a lot of buildings. I mean, can we get like something of what was hit and what was, damaged, I guess, just so we can have a little
I think
understanding.
Bob's working on that.
I'll work on it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, I'm just kind of make sure that, because I know there were some roofs that were off on some houses. There was, electricity, lines down, yes,
Yeah,
trees.
put some people up at the casino.
Yep.
They had to, do some, action yesterday to get food for them, things like that, but he's working on a written, I guess, full report.
Okay. I was kind of curious because I just want to make sure that we are aware of it, as a government body, but at the same time too, we're doing what we can to help them as they move on and stuff.
Kathy?
We're waiting for Eric to come. There were some directors that were inquiring about within our constitution and ordinances, there is an allowable amount of honorariums that can be given out. The council has been making those decisions. However, in those ordinances, it actually allows the directors to award honorariums to their individual programs if they have adequate funding available. And so there were like maybe 3 or 4 that were asking about that because so many went out, but they themselves had their own individual honorariums that they were planning to give their employees. So it's something we needed to discuss, and I think maybe some of them had talked to you and Wayne. So when Wayne comes back, I think that's something that maybe if the council's interested, we can bring up to talk with Wayne about. The ones that wanted to follow where within their program, they're allowed to do this. But we as a body kind of took that away from them by passing motions to do the honorarium. So we've taken that authority away. And, that is something that everybody has a concern about. So I think it would be another discussion maybe we could have today is the honorariums that individual programs had.
Because the language is in there.
Yeah.
In that.
Yeah, within the Constitution, there is a language that allows the director of a program to do an honorarium. However, this body has been kind of intervening and interceding and doing the honorariums tribal-wise, whereas in some specific programs, and according to our Constitution, these directors, if they write it into their budget and they have that funding available, they can do individual honorariums. So I just wanted to bring that up because I'm sure a lot of people aren't aware of it.
Okay.
The Constitution, it states that?
It's either the Constitution or the ordinance. I don't have it with me. I just brought it up while we're sitting here waiting. We can get it brought up if we need
I
to.
think it's in the ordinance, isn't
Oh,
it?
is it the ordinance? Yeah, it's one or the other. Yeah. It's written in there that there are 2, but the language of it comes from the program, not from this body. So when we do it, it's an additional honorarium that we're awarding. So we're kind of going against our own policies.
I think in copies, Kathy, right here.
I think it's ordinance 2020-10. But we can have that pulled up.
Wayne, we were discussing those, directors that wanted to do a honorarium for some of their program people. Remember we had one you and I discussed the other day and talked about.
There are several programs that have submitted these, they're calling them different things, honorariums, merits, whatever. And there's a wide variation from 500, like one even requested 5,000. And I've taken the position that the manual, allows for 2 bonuses a year. And that's up to the director to determine who gets it, how much, and when. But the past several years, the council has kind of taken the lead and authorized like a $500 bonus for Rosebud Fair, $500 bonus for Allen High. The manual doesn't say that, but these additional requests, I referred them back to the budget and finance. Because I don't have any authority to approve of those. I'm not sure what you guys want to do about it, but there are several out there. And in past experience, if you do it for one, they're all going to do it. I'm not sure if that's what you guys are talking about, but that's what's on my desk now.
Kathy?
Council, I'd like to bring this on as emergency legislation. It's the, endorsing Kamala Harris. Budget.
Did you have a motion a second? Ben, were you questioning?
Yep.
Okay. We have a motion to bring it on as emergency. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
To approve, Kathy?
Number 223. 223?
Is there a second? Emily?
Okay, well, it's gonna be long, so I'm gonna start from the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is one of the constituent tribes of the Great Sioux Nation, a signatory to the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty and the 1868 Sioux Nation Treaty, among other treaties. And whereas Executive Order 13175, signed by President William J. Clinton on November 6, 2000, reaffirmed by President Barack Obama November 5, 2009, provides the federal government and federal agencies conduct regular and meaningful consultation and collaboration with tribal officials in the development of federal policies that have tribal implications to strengthen the United States government-to-government relationships with the Indian tribes. And whereas the Biden-Harris campaign promised to ensure fulfillment of federal trust and treaty obligations, including by working to address chronic underfunding of unmet federal obligations to Indian country. And whereas on December 6, 2023, President Biden signed an executive order to reform federal funding and support for tribal nations to better embrace trust responsibilities and promote the next era of tribal determination. And whereas on July 6, 2023, Vice President Kamala Harris, in remarks at a Gila River tribal nation, even at Gila Crossing Community School, Levine Village, Arizona, said, "So President Biden and I believe that the bonds between our nations are sacred, and we have a duty to safeguard those bonds, to uphold our trust and treaty obligations, to honor tribal sovereignty, and to ensure tribal self-determination." And whereas, as senator, she championed legislation to fight hunger, provide rent relief, improve maternal health care, expand access to capital for small businesses, revitalize America's infrastructure, and combat the climate crisis. And whereas Vice President, she has stood for women's rights and child care, fought to bring insulin down to $35 per month, led bipartisan negotiations for legislation on immigration, formulated the Central American Forward Initiative that yielded more than $4.2 billion in private sector commitments to support local jobs and other measures to slow the flow of mass migration, stood at the forefront of the administration pursuant to codify voting rights protection and efforts to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, set a new record for the most tie-breaking votes cast by the vice president in history. And whereas the Biden-Harris administration has led our country through an unprecedented crisis, a raging pandemic, staggering unemployment, a climate crisis, and racial injustice, delivering results for working families and Indian country by having nearly 11 million jobs, More people are working than at any point in American history, including 750,000 manufacturing jobs, reducing unemployment from nearly 7% to 50-year low, and now at 4.3%. Overseeing a 30% increase in the stock market since taking office, America's infrastructure making the largest investment in public transit, roads, and bridges since the interstate highway system, ensuring access to clean drinking water and providing high-speed internet to rural communities, building a more resilient power grid, and investing in new green clean energy technologies, expanded benefits for veterans, and provided leadership on immigration, keeping Title 42 to expel a record 2.8 million illegal migrants, and negotiating bipartisan legislation to close the border and increase deportation, which unfortunately was terminated by a Republican candidate to benefit his campaign at the expense of interests of the American people. And whereas the council recognized that Biden-Harris administration has an extensive and successful record working on issues of the utmost importance to the Rosebud Sioux tribe and to Indian country as a whole, namely by honoring the nation's treaty and trust responsibilities and empowering tribes to meet the needs of their communities, taking steps to listen to and understand the needs and priorities of the tribe, reform federal processes, and improve health, education, safety, and welfare across Indian country by making historic investments, securing legislation that has benefited the economy of the United States in Indian country, namely the American Rescue Plan, Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure law, and investing in American agenda, and the largest direct federal investment in Indian country in American history to ensure long-term success in addressing critical infrastructure and climate adaptation and resiliency, natural resources management, education, human services, and transportation. Supporting tribal conservation through co-stewardship of public lands and waters, committing to tribal water rights settlements funding to ensure safe, reliable homeland water supplies to improve public and environmental health and support economic opportunity in tribal communities. Leading the enactment of an advance appropriation for 2024 for the Indian Health Service, which secured adequate and stable funding for healthcare, especially for clinical services, cancer treatment, and diabetes prevention. Proposing reclassification of PL 93-638 contract support costs and Section 105-1 leases and mandatory spending in the 2024 budget beginning in 2026 to provide certainty in spending. Advocating for the importance of tribal and federal lands and the significance of natural and cultural resources found on these lands and supports protecting them from desecration and destruction. Demonstrating the administration's commitment to understanding the needs of tribal communities by supporting nation-to-nation relationships during his tenure as seen in the creation of the White House Council on Native American Affairs and the White House Tribal Nations Conference. Prioritizing tribal consultation and appointing Native Americans in high-level positions. And while Native youth are 3 times more likely than white youth to find themselves in the juvenile justice system and are overrepresented in detention facilities that are not equipped to meet their needs. The Biden-Harris administration has cut the population of incarcerated youth by supporting community-based alternatives to incarceration like mentorship, counseling, and jobs to give youth an opportunity for success. Whereas Vice President Harris' running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, is also a leader whose record includes being a high school teacher, coach, a veteran who served 24 years in the U.S. Army National Guard, accumulating with the rank of non-commissioned command sergeant major. Congressman, where he served 12 years, where he represented Minnesota's 1st Congressional District, serving on the House Agricultural Committee of Veterans Affairs, and Armed Services Committee, where he advocates for raising the minimum wage, voting the stem cell research, for allowing Medicare to negotiate pharmaceutical prices in the Affordable Care Act, achieving the rank of the 7th most bipartisan House member, and as governor, he signed a pro-voting omnibus bill to protect the voting rights, secured school meals, advocated for women's rights, defended agricultural interests, backed gun rights, tackled climate change, and sought tax cuts in the middle class and expanded paid leave for Minnesota workers. And whereas, after careful consideration of the record of Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, the council desires to support the candidacy of Harris-Walz to the office of the President and Vice President of the United States, respectively, as their candidacy promises to be best for the working families, the economy, international relations and trade, addressing the climate crisis and the environment, securing the border, job creation, and building a better future for all Americans, and in thus the best interest of the tribes of all Indian country. And now therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux tribe provides its deep thanks and appreciation to President Joe Biden for his service to the United States of America and to Indian country, supports the election of Vice President Kamala Harris to the office of President of the United States, Governor Tim Walz to the office of Vice President of the United States, encourages all members of the tribe and other tribal nations and Indian country citizens of the Rosebud Sioux tribe and all Americans, regardless of party affiliation, to vote for Harris Walz in the upcoming November 3rd, 2024 general election. Be it also resolved that the president or his authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign any and all documents to enforce this resolution and to transmit copies of this resolution to the Harris Walz campaign and news media outlets.
Discussion?
That was a mouthful.
You need a question? Oh, excuse me, Eric.
Just one quick comment on page one, there was a typo on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whereas it should be Sioux River Tribal Nation event. So if you could pass it as amended, I'll correct that.
You need a question.
I have a question.
You have a question.
Yes. Just reading this, going over it, and I feel like we're speaking on behalf of the whole tribe, so it concerns me a little bit, just not knowing what the people think. Getting their support if everybody feels this way. I mean, I think it's great, but just wondering what other people are gonna think about us speaking on their behalf.
Any more discussion?
Question.
Question?
So do we have time to take this back to the communities and bring it back again?
Up to you guys, it's, election is until November. So
I was just trying to get like their information on it, you know, at the community level.
I'll withdraw my motion and everyone can take it back to their communities as long as we can bring it back before the election. It's really important that our tribal members vote in this election.
Yes.
If they do not vote and we don't support the right person, we will be answering to you know who. And so it is very important, and that's why I brought it up. But if everyone wants to bring it back to their communities, which I always support taking it to your community, I'm sure my community will support it. But it is very important. And I think that everyone should also pass that information on to your community members. People always feel like, oh, that's just the president of the United States, and they don't step into voting. They really need to vote. A lot of people don't even know where to register to vote at that highest level. But our sovereignty is in check. Our programs that help our people are in check if the wrong person is elected to the United States presidency. And that's why I brought this up. So I just wanted to let you all know why I brought it to the table today. But yes, take it back to your communities. But it also expressed the importance of voting, not just for them to look at this and say yes or no, but why we need to vote in a good direction, in a good way. So thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, Fremont.
if we're gonna do this, Chairman, could we use some of that ARPA money to buy tribal IDs for some of these street people that don't have no tribal IDs? You know, so they could go vote like in Tripp County. I know in Tripp County you go, you have to have a tribal ID or some kind of a ID to vote. I know Pine Ridge does that. They buy their tribal IDs and then when they vote, they take their tribal IDs and keep it till next election again, so Is there any way we could do something like that, like we did back at 95, when we tried to get rid of Senator Pressler, that we all campaigned for him at that time? And we had him elected, you know, so I think we could do the same thing here, you know.
Ben?
Yes, I think for me too, there was a concern, I think, of being even in our election this past month here, there was, well, actually, no, 2 months ago, when they had a poor turnout for, I guess, people coming out to vote. And I think that's what we were trying to bring up as our voting people. I mean, there was only like less than 2,000 people that voted, and we got more people than that. So I think tasking the election office was one of the biggest things that was supposed to happen. And I don't think it really reached that this past year. So I'm just kind of like this past month. So I'm just kind of concerned also, to try to get as much tribal members with information, I guess, of what they can do. So tasking our programs, I guess, just like what we did before too with the BIA, to try to get more information out there to get these people who are, I mean, on the fence, or I guess understanding what it is to vote and how important it is to vote. So I don't know, I haven't heard that. I mean, I guess this is the first time I've actually received something from the BIA about the secretary election. But I mean, again, as time went on in the past, I've never seen anything. So it's really hard right now. And then as a government body, have to, I guess, tackle that type of issue to encourage our community members to go out and vote. So we do that every time we have a meeting. But when it's time to vote, they don't know. And I'm not sure, it's concerning to me that it doesn't matter, vote for somebody or not. I mean, that's I guess, a right, or not right, but a privilege for me as a veteran to be able to have that out there. So that's why I think, I always tell people, you got to vote no matter what. I mean, even if you don't, think the person's doing the same thing, we're not gonna get a perfect person in there, but as long as you voted. So I'm just kind of hoping that our election office, maybe, if they can do something like that. Again, I don't mean any disrespect to any of these programs. It's just that we got to start stepping up. We got to start doing things that we can help out to help our younger generation to go out there and vote. Find out why they're voting. A lot of them have a lot of input. You'd be surprised how many have input on why it is that they should be voting for them. Why they should be, what their views on stuff are. So it's getting out there. So I'm just, I guess, making the comment that we need to step up our game as far as trying to get more. But this is a good step, though, I think. Thank you.
Kathy?
The other part of what Fremont has said is not only will they need IDs, but they will need addresses, mailboxes. And as my colleague Emily mentioned to me, it would be good if we do, at that point in time, we can provide transportation. To me, it's really important that we as an indigenous people are heard, that we vote too, because our numbers are always low as indigenous. And we're part of America, and we stand on our treaty rights. We also need to do the same when it comes to voting. So as we need to make plans to do this, to provide what the people need that are left out. So if not today, in the next meeting, maybe we can come up with a plan of how we're going to increase that voting population.
Moving along,
Yep. Are we gonna do the youth report?
do what?
Youth day?
Yes, we can.
Do it after lunch?
Do that one. People time to come down.
Are we gonna lose farm?
You want to take lunch and then we'll do that? Okay. Right, time, Michelle?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, we'll take an hour for lunch and come back. Please, come back.
Yeah, Jordan.
Okay, I want to reiterate and clarify that when I talked about the summit at Pier, my recommendation is that we send the acting chief of police and our attorney for a listening session because meth is everywhere. And at that, they may be able to find new ways to help us deal with it, how other people are dealing with it and bring it back. When I brought this up, I am not saying that any tribal leadership should attend this. It is for the law enforcement person and our attorney to attend as a listening session, not to be back on board with what's going on, but to go and listen to see what's going on. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's why I didn't recommend any tribal council or the chairman or anyone else go and listen into this session. Just those two people as listening session.
Right.
I want to make sure that people understand it's just to go listen. It's not to participate or be a part of it or get back on board with any agreements without this body and without our tribal membership being in agreement with it.
Listening only.
Listening only. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray, you wanted to bring on a program for
Yes, SNETP is here to provide their youth day report. They were tasked with the youth day this year, and Amanda and Lori are here to give their report.
Hi, Lori.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. So we're providing a report as comments when we took on the task of the youth day event. We had many meetings with the staff and other programs to help us because that is a big event. The tribe gave us $60,000 in which to do a one-day event for our youth reservation-wide. And so we called it our Honoring Our Youth Day event. I know it's been called different names over the years, and different people and organizations have ran the event over the years, and I'd like to commend them because I didn't realize how hard it was to plan this big of an event in a short amount of time. Our turnaround time was from start to finish, like basically 3 months, but as far as purchasing everything that we needed in a timely manner, it was like 2 months. So we spent $48,457 this year, which is basically about $5,000 less than last year. The SNETP contribution to this event was $18,725 from our program, which included all those t-shirts for the youth, some of the travel to go get the prizes. There were prizes for the event. So if you look at the report, there's a breakdown of the financial report, and on your right hand side of the ledger, altogether, we have saved $11,542, which will stay with the tribe. If you go further back into the report, there's expense summary for your review. One of our biggest contributors was the social service program with all the toys that they contributed. That was a big help, plus all the other programs and businesses that donated. So I'm pretty sure pretty much everybody that attended the event got more than one item. I was hoping to get pictures to share, because I know, one of you couldn't make it due to other, times that you have. So overall, we try to do a tracking of the, all the ones that signed up. And we had a total of 14,503 people that attended the event. We had 18 tribal employee volunteers. We had a lot more that had signed up, but we, I don't know what happened to those numbers as far as contributing. We paid for t-shirts for them so they would stand out to the youth if they needed help. We had 24 non-tribal employees assisting with the event. And we had like 21 tribal program booths and 9 non-tribal program booths. So some of these program booths and non-tribal program booths, they came up with their own door prizes, but we let the programs know that we had plenty of door prizes that were donated or bought with the money that they could come to us. We also provided the games for them if they needed for the event. So that's pretty much a breakdown, a summary of everything that we had completed during the 3 months. We have a big binder here if any of you want to take a look at it, but it's more detailed. It's everything. It's the purchase orders, the quotes, everything that we bought with the money that was given to us. So it's not available if any of you ever want to take a look at it. I'll mention if you have any questions based on the report you were just given.
Kathy and Emily?
I don't have any questions, Lori, but I just want to thank you for giving a report. That's one thing that for years we always ask for reports on activities, and sometimes we get them and sometimes we don't. So I just wanted to thank you and appreciate what you did for our youth, and hopefully we can have you do it again next year. And with that, I would like to make a motion to accept her report by the council.
The other thing that I'm going to ask for today, and I heard you mention it, my staff really did put a lot of work into this, and that day was 104. We kind of got banged on the head. Facebook, with any event that you do, you're going to get banged on the head regardless of how hard you work and you put your best into it. But I wanted to ask for honorariums for my staff. And
Kathy?
This is a part of our discussion earlier, council. So we didn't get a motion or a response when I brought it up before about directors having funding and wanting to do their own honorariums because we kind of interfered with what happens per the ordinance. So in order to do this for Lori, we need to make a motion to allow directors that have their own funding to do their own honorariums and get back on track with how that is supposed to work. Because we as a council, we kind of took that away from them and we did it, but they have, per the ordinance, have the ability to give their own honorariums at the amount that they have written into their budgets. So I'll make that as a motion in order to allow Lori to get
second to the motion?
We already have a motion to accept the report. She can make that.
I didn't get a second.
So that one died.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do the report first.
I'll second to accept the report.
Okay.
I'll call for a question.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
So my next motion is to allow the directors that have, per the ordinance, I think it's 2020-10, per the ordinance, directors that have the funding be allowed to make their own honorariums within their programs for those employees that are deserving, per their recommendation. because we've taken that from them, so I want to give it back.
Need a second to the motion. Ben,
Second.
is there any more discussion? Micah?
Just I don't think there's a 2020-10 ordinance.
Well, maybe I got sent the wrong one. I don't have it in front of me. Nicole can probably pull it up, but still I'm referring to the ordinance. In ordinance, it's our laws. The ordinance that does give this right to directors, give it back to them.
So we had, an honorarium form signed by our former chairperson and our treasurer. And so, it was submitted in our program monitor, said we had to go to budget and finance. And then our CFO said we had to go to budget and finance. There was nothing in the policies and procedures or no process for us to follow. And I think it needs to be implemented into our personnel
Yeah.
policies and procedures as well as where we need to go, because I felt like we were getting bounced around. And I've been a director for many years, and I remember when it was up to us. So when you guys say, well, $500 cash award, you have employees that just start compared to employees that have been there for years and they get the same amount. You have employees that don't work as hard as others, and I think that needs to be left with us as far as determining the amount of these cash awards, because everybody gets it straight across the board no matter what. Before, we had to do a letter explaining why they deserve that cash award, and we had to do an evaluation, but that just all went out the door when you guys start saying everybody gets a cash award. And at one point, not everybody was getting a cash award, because when it comes to audit purposes, when you guys say that there's a cash award to every employee, I don't know where that comes from, but before, employees have to be considered, even if it wasn't in their budget.
And that is something that I feel it does need a policy, because that is a barrier in getting it. We have to have consistency. We have to have that structural organization that we don't have, that was in place at one time. We need to get back to that. If you are comfortable with it, I would suggest and recommend to council that on the 4th, when personnel meets, that policy be put into place at that time, so that this can be awarded and approved for all directors that have it within their budgets. Per that ordinance, if Nicole can find the ordinance, correct ordinance number, that we allow directors that privilege, that right as a director to do this again. So.
I just had a question too. Because Wayne mentioned earlier that according to the ordinance, they were allowed up to 2.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had 2 yet or not.
Yeah, and from what I remember, there was 2, and then there was a third one. It was considered a merit award, never a cash award. So even explaining the difference between the honorariums, the merit, and the cash awards needs to be explained too, because even when we approached Lisa, she said, well, who was saying that? It was like, she said it doesn't need to come to budget.
You seconded, right?
So we were confused as to where do we go now, from here? So that's why I'm here too, and I said I would give a report, in the personnel committee meeting, I told the former chairman when we took this on, I said, we will have a financial report, a statistical report, and, a verbal report.
Yeah. And just so everyone knows, at the personnel committee level, we did recommend that the body refers, the entire tribe goes back to the one before 2020, or is 2020, the personnel policy from 2020 is no longer followed. We go back to the original because of the inconsistencies. The council at that time only got to page 33. It was never complete. And so we revert back to the other policy until this council and the directors are included in the decisions of what goes into that personnel manual, because it was not done. That violates a lot of rights of directors and our employees. Most importantly, our employees are left out with that policy not being consistent or thoroughly put together. So I don't know why it never came to council But in our personnel committee meeting, we did make that motion to bring it to council for us to revert back to the old policy until that last one is corrected.
Micah?
To your point, Lori, back in March, April-ish, Budget and Finance, made a motion to have a joint meeting with personnel to what you were talking about, specifying the cash awards, honorarium, supplemental pay, because we did have a lot of programs coming to Budget and Finance at that time. And back in October, November, because of these issues and stuff with the personnel manual not explaining that in detail, but then finance did put, make a motion to stop all of that until we could put that in the personnel manual, specifying all of that information. So I would agree with Kathy, maybe waiting till the 4th to get all of this information and that policy updated, and then being able to move forward with programs. Because what I was told when I came on council was that the reason why those things came to council was because council did not respect directors' decisions to, maybe you had a employee that worked there for 5 years, yeah, they should get that $500 cash award, but somebody that's been there for 3 months shouldn't get that. And because some employees were upset with directors making those decisions, it seemed unfair, so then they would start contacting this tribal council. And then that's how council got in. That's where I think it kind of turned, is what I was told, where it became a council decision because employees were getting upset because they felt it wasn't fair.
Yeah, and the other thing too, again, is we have program monitors and CFOs and whoever else making our decisions when we should know, you know, which employees deserve what, because, you know, I look at everything, attendance, write-ups, all that. You guys don't see that. You don't ask us that. But, you know, the little decisions that you guys make here, and I think a lot of that needs to come back to us, directors. And like Pat said, it's in the ordinance. So what supersedes the policy or the ordinance? It's already in there.
The ordinance, nothing, a motion or resolution cannot supersede an ordinance. That's the way the process works. And so we do have a motion standing, Mr. President, with the motion and a second.
Discussing.
Yeah, I got a quick question, Mr. Chairman. So that goes for all programs also, I mean, throughout the whole board, I mean, that goes for every, so I know there were some that was submitted, I think, and was denied.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm kind of concerned about too, because I mean, you know, it was supposed to be discussed, but then how can we keep them waiting and stuff? But anyway, so if it is in there, then those are the questions I had, so.
Yeah. It's covering all of the ones that, and as directors, anyone that's been a director for the tribe knows that you do include this in your budget for the future. If you don't have it, you know, that's your mistake. But if you have intentions, and the way it was done before is it was based on an evaluation. Every employee is supposed to be having an evaluation. If that evaluation merits an increase in pay from 50 cents to a $3 raise, whatever that is, there was supposed to be a threshold there. And it used to be that anything over $1.99 came to this body, but a lot of that has been disregarded. And so if you are right with that, and if the council votes in favor of it, it can be brought up on the 4th, and that policy will be there so that that is given back to you and other directors.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Lori. I'm sorry I'm not standing up. I just wanted to ask you a quick question, or just Chloe. Well, first, thank you guys so much. I heard good things, so I hope that that's good.
Yeah, what says that?
I know, we need it.
Can I finish?
Go ahead, Emily.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the question I had is, thank you so much for this report. I think it's great. I was just wondering more of like a summarized, like how you said, a verbal report, maybe like a summary of the not financial stuff. And I guess the reason why I'm asking is, well, the first part is if you were interested in doing it again, because I think from where I'm coming from is that the sooner we can get started on planning these events, the better. And so if you guys already have some experience and you would want to hang on and do that again, then we want to support you and let you start as soon as possible or something like that. However, if you're not, you learned and you don't want to do that and touch it again, then maybe we should know that earlier too. Nothing against that, but the reason I'm asking is kind of more like the lessons learned and what worked, because we can look at this report and see what was spent, and it's very detailed and very awesome. But I'm also just a little bit curious if you guys are going to be the ones to do it next year. I just wouldn't want to lose some of those lessons learned, like definitely don't do this, give ourselves more than 3 months, just some general kind of feedback like that.
Well, I definitely think that more planning, longer planning, because we kind of jumped in there, and I would definitely not do it in July or June. I would do it when it's cooler or do it, later, when it's not so hot. Involving the other programs and having their input was really helpful to us, and they felt a part of the team, so I think their contributions helped us to save the tribe money. So again, that extra $11,000 stays here for whatever, and we contributed a lot too. So the day after, I said, I'm never gonna do this again. Why did I do this? But of course, a lot of us kind of were sick, and it was, heat exhaustion. I have to commend all the programs that stuck it out, and all the youth that came out, but definitely not in the month of June or July or especially July and August probably, but
Early June.
yeah, early June when it's still, the weather's still decent. So, even starting planning in January, February.
Thank you so much.
Ben?
I got a quick one. So who gives the authorization for each program or to take over this responsibility? Who gives that authorization?
Okay, we went to Scott, and then there happened to be personnel committee at the same time, so we went in and asked as well.
Okay.
I don't know if we needed to come here, but they were okay with it, and so we
Yeah.
ran with it.
That's what I'm thinking too, because I know that's in the past, it's been different organizations, different places, committees that had this. So I'm just kind of curious who gives that authorization, so that way, it's gonna happen again next year, but right now, I would honestly say like every other annual event, it should be planning right now, so whoever has it. And again, too, I know it's really kind of hard when, it gets put on an organization, or put on an entity. It's hard for them to start catching up and trying to do things, I guess. So again, like what Emily said, there should be like some kind of a report that would say these are things that we had problems with, these are things that we didn't have problems with, things like that. But I would say next year, this is what we need to plan for regardless, but I don't know who makes that authorization to do it. So to me, I guess this governing body or even the administration to have that dealt with right now rather than later. And in the meantime, too, having this process of planning before it happens and stuff though. So that way we're not rushing around and doing things. So that was just my curiosity of who authorizes that. And then also the funding, where's that source, where's that funding coming from things. So these are, I guess, a lot of questions that I have.
I guess funding came from the ERA money this year, and the program monitor told us that we would have to find our own money, and that was another reason that I thought, we're pretty busy. We had like 170 youth on. We have the 20 communities, including Sioux Village, which is like 21 communities, and then Crow Creek. We have I've oversaw their money for the last 28 years. So they have youth money over there, and I pretty much take that area. So we have probably about 24 communities that we covered this year. And so, yeah, we were extremely busy, not to mention our GA clients and our regular clients that we have. So we have quite a bit on our plate this year.
That's why I'm kind of curious about it. For your organization, it's going to be a lot more to deal with, because you got your own stuff to deal with too. I guess Jungle Nation employment part of it. So, but again, taking on that responsibility, it's a big weight to carry, I guess. But the funding sources, that's what I'm saying too, like whoever delegates this responsibility to do the youth day and then also the funding part of it. So that way they have an idea. They don't have to worry about that. So like this year was kind of, we didn't know either. Like, maybe somebody's putting this on, we don't know who's, but so that's what I think we should be looking at right now. That's what we should be, I guess, addressing. So if you are willing to take it over again, I would definitely say, that would be something we need to discuss right now. And at the same time, to your funding part of it, how much it cost. So that way, again, it's all planning beyond that, not just saying, oh, I don't know who's going to take on it. So, but those are my questions.
I would really like to mention Amanda because, I lost my son in May and it was really hard for me to stay focused. And so she stepped up and she, got the meeting set up. And of course, there was other staff too that really stepped up and helped, got bids for the bounty houses and porta potties, the food, everything just good. And it was a collaborative effort with the other programs and, people that were interested in making sure that, we had a good event. I think it would have been extremely better if the heat was, I think the heat was really tough.
Yeah.
But like I said, I think early June would be a better time for this event.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for
Okay.
stepping up.
Thank you.
Kathy?
President, we got at our last meeting, we adjourned at lunchtime and we didn't come back. And a resolution was brought to me to present to the council at that time from social services. And it was on a grant. So if, I would like to bring it up as emergency legislation since we didn't.
We didn't miss the deadline.
Friday, I think. So if we don't pass it today, she's gonna need it
We
by.
will miss it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a number?
No, there isn't a need to bring it on as emergency legislation.
Okay, you're moving.
Yes.
Ben, second, need a question? Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
The number, Nicole? I call the number? 224.
You're gonna move, Kathy?
Yes, Emily.
Need a second? Emily?
Sure, yeah, that was a flyby, sure.
Okay, I'll start from the third whereas. Sorry. The Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families, Office of Community Services is accepting applications for the fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 Community Services Block Grant, and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Community Services Program is designated to provide enrolled members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe with assistance for immediate essential needs, including necessary expenses in health and emergency situations. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and RST Community Services shall apply for the fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 Community Services Block Grant with the goal of providing impoverished Rosebud Sioux tribal members with assistance for immediate essential needs to include expenses related to health and emergency medical travel situations that are not covered by existing federal, state, and tribal resources. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Finance Department shall have the fiduciary responsibility in accordance with the RST Resolution number 2003-206, which adopted the RST Accounting Policies and Procedures Manual by Ordinance 2003 5 on July 9th, 2003, and therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby supports and authorizes the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Community Service Program to complete and submit an application for fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 Community Services Block Grant from the Department of Health and Human Services, Administration for Children and Families, Office of Community Services, and therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the chairman or his designee to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof.
Is there any discussion? Question by Fremont, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
And another, this is a motion excerpt from the Social Services Committee that is forwarding this to council, their recommendation to council for approval. The following motion was made and passed at a regularly scheduled Social Services Committee meeting on August 26, 24. Motion by Melinda Yell Eagle for cancer care patients to be moved from the Social Services Committee to the Health Administration Program and to include the funding. Seconded by Totes. The vote was 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting. Motion carried. And the reason, one of the reasons why it's being moved is the Health Administration did receive a cancer care grant. And so they will be doing a lot of work with cancer care. And since it is a health issue, with social services, they will still provide emergency services for other health and medical reasons, but the cancer care specifically itself will be moved to health admin so that it's a part of their new cancer program that they were awarded funding for.
So for the traveling that has to be done, that'll go through there
Yeah,
as
so
well?
when a cancer patient has an appointment, either Sioux Falls, Pure, or Rapid City, they'll go to health administration instead of social
So
services.
they won't come and see Nicole so much then?
No, it'll go to health admin.
Good.
So, yeah, so I need a motion to approve of the recommendation.
You're moving?
I'll move.
In a second? Ben, question, Ray, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Thank you, council.
Emily?
Earlier, health admin dropped off 2 resolutions that they'd like to get to the House for, but they couldn't. She said they're a little bit time sensitive because they have to do with the renewing of their contracts. They're the same people that they've been utilizing in years before to provide these services, but they just need to renew it for this new year, for the new fiscal year. I do have copies right here. If we can get those passed out, and then they're stapled together, but they're 2 separate ones. But like I said, she said they were for the same service. It's just 2 separate providers. I got some color.
Now we know why.
Move for emergency legislation.
Emily has moved, seconded by Kathy. Need a question? Fremont? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Emily,
Move for approval. Motion to approve.
seconded by Kathy.
Is it 225?
Yeah.
Are we good? 225. Okay, so I'll just start at 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has established a tribal budget and finance committee pursuant to the RST ordinance number 8007 to operate with input from the directors of tribal programs and tribal council members to develop and coordinate all aspects of tribal council budget activities in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's constitution and bylaws. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the Tony Wakan Health and Healing Center, would like to contract with Blade, do I say the name? Legal LPCMH to provide services for our relatives through the 988 grant award number 1879FG001287-01. Whereas the contractor will work with children and their families to provide support for suicidal ideation and other mental health concerns, and whereas the contractor will be paid as follows. Can I say that? $45,000 from October 1, 2024 to September 30, 2025, and $45,000 for October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026, which is the duration of the grant. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the contract between Wachoni Wakan Health and Healing Center and Blaze Regal LPCMH to provide services for our relatives. I just had one question. I know it's cited in here, budget and finance, but there's not a date, so I was just questioning if it had went to any of the committees. And if it didn't go to a committee, do we need to remove that?
Yeah, if it didn't go to the committee, then that should be.
Did it go? Do you guys know? It didn't? So I'm just wondering if we should strike that one that's
Yeah,
talking
we
about
should.
budget and finance?
Yeah, as amended.
Any more discussion? Need a question? Ben? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried.
Sheriff, there's also a second one with that.
That must be 226.
Okay, move for emergency legislation.
Second, Kathy. Question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0. They're writing down 1, 2, 3.
Okay, motion for approval 2024-226.
Second, Kathy.
Okay, I'll start at the fourth whereas again. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe has established, so take that out. Okay, the next one. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe, Wachoni Wakan Health and Healing Center would like to contract with Perry Rangers, LPCMH to provide services for our relatives through the 988 grant award number 1H79FG001287-01. The contractor will work with children and their families to provide support for suicidal ideation and other mental health concerns. And whereas the contractor will be paid as follows: $36,000 from October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025, and $36,000 for October 1, 2025 through September 30th, 2026. 36 for October 1, 2026 through September 30, 2027, and 36,000 for October 1, 2027 through September 29, 2026, which is the duration of the grant.
October through September, right?
I don't know, that seems like it might have some typos in there.
Yeah.
Because the last one was only a 2-year grant, and so I'm wondering if that needs to be amended to the same.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean? As amended, and then have it match that other one? Secretary, is that something we can verify before we make it official? Not right now, but just before it gets stamped or whatever. Those signatures. Okay, and then the last one. Therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the contract between Wachoni Wakan Health and Healing Center and Carrie LPCMH to provide services for our relatives.
Is there any discussion? Question by Ben Blackberry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Are we kind of going to our last agenda?
No.
Yes. I have a resolution as well, actually, if I could.
Oh.
Be careful.
This was a resolution, I was supposed to go to budget and finance, but because they haven't been meeting, I'm bringing it forward for emergency. I have to do with the Boys and Girls Club. Commissioner Rosebud. Rosebud location, yeah.
Your motion, Ray?
Oh yeah, motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second. Ben?
Question.
I got it.
And we got a question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
What's the number? 227, all right, motion to approve 2024-227.
Need a second. Gordon.
I'll start at the seventh, whereas the Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud is focused on providing youth with pathways to brighter futures and meet the needs of some of the youth who need it the very most. Interventions that are consistent, popular, informed, and locally led. Youth on the Rosebud Reservation are in great need of a safe, positive place with adults who care about them. And the Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud aims to provide daily in the few sites located in Mission, Rosebud, and Carmel. And whereas the Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud is in urgent need of replacing the roof of the Rosebud facility, which has suffered significant wear and tear over the years. The current condition of the roof has resulted in multiple leaks, leading to extensive water damage to the interior of the facility. These issues not only pose a risk to the structural integrity of the facility, but also creates a potentially hazardous environment for the youth and staff who rely on services every day. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee, let's straight that part out. The Rosebud Tribal Council approves the organization request for financial assistance in the amount of $80,000 for the Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud Roof Repair Project, Rosebud facility, and therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts and approves the request for financial assistance in the amount of $80,000 for the Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud Roof Repair Project. The source of funds is, and I talked to Treasurer Boyd about it, and he recommended the ARPA unbudgeted line item. Just,
And that's where it's coming from?
yeah. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign to execute all applications and documents thereof.
Call for question if there's no question.
Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you.
Other resolutions that
You have 3 from Wick.
Wick,
What was the vote?
The request is 8.
That's for the material, so we don't have the waivers. Mobilization.
And it's like,
Yeah, you're all going to talk together.
Isn't it? And she just acted this morning. That's for
it's like May of 23.
That must be the date. You must be wrong on it. You just sent it to me. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's good catch.
Yeah, I won't have the answer. Motion for emergency legislation.
28.
28.
Prisoner moved, Ray second. We need a question. Micah? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0. Motion to approve 24 to 28.
Need a second. Ray?
Start at the 4th whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe WIC program requests the purchase of a program vehicle that will be utilized and available for all program staff to use. Nutrition Service Administration NSA funds are available for the purchase. And whereas the re-advertisement resulted in a sole source bid from Frontier Motors for a 2024 Ford F-150 XL, $40,895, and a 2024 Ford Maverick in the amount of $35,997, and a 2024 Chevrolet Colorado in the amount of $40,500. And whereas WIC seeks to purchase the 2024 Chevy Silverado or Colorado in the amount of $40,500 from Frontier Motors, and now therefore be it resolved that the tribal council approves the WIC program's request to purchase a 2024 Chevrolet Colorado in the amount of $40,500 from Frontier Motors.
Any question? And move. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0. There's another one. Mike, if I did that one. Just because.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second.
We have a motion. Second. Any question? Carter. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Motion to,
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
motion to approve resolution 2024-229.
Second.
On the floor.
We'll start at the fourth whereas a United States Department of Agriculture non-competitive modernization grant was awarded to Rosebud with in the amount of $754,542. The project is intended to carry out an innovative indoor program modernization effort to increase participation and redemption of benefits in the program. And whereas the tribal council approved and accepted the modernization grant resolution 23-160 awarded to the WIC program. And whereas the WIC program proposes installing self-checkout at County Fair Store, Winter, South Dakota. Self-checkout will enhance the convenience of food redemption, and whereas per procurement policies, bids were solicited with one sole source bid received from Retail Data Systems, RDS, in the amount of $133,414.11. And whereas the WIC program is seeking tribal council approval of the sole source bid from Retail Data Systems in the amount of $133,414.11 for self-checkout costs at County Fair, and now therefore be it resolved, the tribal council approves the sole source bid of $133,414.11 from Retail Data System for self-checkout upgraded software system for County Fair, Winter, South Dakota, using the modernization grant funds. Any question?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion?
I just question.
No. Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2. We can do this one.
Chairman? Oh, sorry. I also have one for land and control.
Okay.
Just want to hear our voices one last time or not? Emily, is that one, that O'Keefe land?
No, it's, for forestry, for a grant that needs to get approved at 150,072.
Okay, we have two, that O'Keefe land and then the St. Francis Mission land.
I can do all of them. They're just here for this one. That's why I told her I'd bring it up, but
Okay,
I can do those two.
okay, I just remember that too, like. Motion for emergency legislation.
I'll send it.
Motion and second. Any question? Question. And all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 3.
Motion to approve 2024 P30.
Second.
Start at the fourth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Women, Infants, and Children WIC program seeks to enter into a contract for service with John Finn for fiscal year 2025. WIC will pay John Finn a total of $52,416 for 52 weeks at 16 hours per week at $63 an hour for nutritionist, breastfeeding coordinator contract work. Services will consist of consultations with all WIC high-risk clients, assist with supervision and train all WIC nutrition assistants, breastfeeding peer counselor, and insurance clerk, perform chart monitoring, review and assist with policy writing, setting goals and objectives for the state annual plan. And whereas the WIC program seeks tribal council approval for the contract for service for John Finn utilizing FY 2025 WIC Nutrition Service Administration NSA contractual account in the amount of $52,416. Therefore, be it resolved, the tribal council approves John Finn contract for service in the amount of $52,416 for the WIC program fiscal year 2025.
Any questions? Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Have this one, Tina, did she give you that one for this first one? And then I think the other ones, are they in our folder?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she give you that yellow folder? Oh, okay. While she's passing out, I'll just give a little background. This one went through, committee on August 19th through Land and Natural. It's very time sensitive. They were only given 10 days to provide a resolution of support from the council. Unfortunately, we passed that 10 days, but they're willing to work with the Forestry Department as long as we can get this approved today. So that's what this one is for, to accept that money that was awarded to the Forestry Department. Motion forward to legislation.
Emily has moved, seconded by Kathy, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right.
Yeah.
Like, how do you have it? Yeah, where did it so long?
Did you pick it up for me?
I don't think I did. I'll give you this one out. Nope. This is. Here it is. Oh, I have it right here. Right here. That's exactly.
Really? We didn't have any? Oh, man.
That was formed back.
Okay. Motion for approval?
Or not, with the vote on the first one, sorry.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion for approval,
231.
2024-231?
Yes, sir.
Second by Ray.
Okay. I'll start with the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribe is a federally recognized Indian tribe organized pursuant to the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 and all pertinent amendments thereof. And whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribe Forestry Program was awarded $150,072 from fiscal year 2023 through the BIA. This is a one-time, non-recurring distribution of funds for general operations. The distribution will become a permanent part of the permanent base request in the 2025 budget submission for a potential permanent base increase for the forestry program. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Forestry Program will administer the attached proposed budget in accordance with the federal regulations governing such funds and will strictly adhere to all RST financial policies and procedures. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby accepts and authorizes the use of $150,072 one-time non-recurring funds awarded to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Forestry Department by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all resolutions and documents thereof.
Need any questions? Nothing. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you, Council.
Where did that?
See the shirt on Mona made me? She made it.
You made it? Okay. I need one.
Yeah, tell her, if you come back, she'll make it list.
I know.
In your order, bro.
Then the resolution.
It should all be in your book. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Thank you. Did you starting at the top, or did you want me to do those other line and natural ones? I was just confused. What do you mean?
Right, before we get into this, HR recommended we do a motion to advertise some director positions at the open. I don't know if you guys want to do that now.
Do you have a list?
It's a word.
I was just asking, do you have a list for us to go off of?
She said legislative affairs, tech girl, and chief of police. And then general ops, there's 8 applicants that she brought over that Willie has, but I said just to save it till the next council comes in and you guys can decide the interview process.
We should get a hold off on that one, right?
Yeah.
I think we should hold off on all of them.
Hold off on all of them? Okay. We'll just hold off on all of them.
Oh, okay.
Even though it's just a motion to advertise?
I thought they already.
That's all it
Yeah,
is.
just to advertise them.
No, they're not advertised. The chief is
Yeah.
not.
Chief of police is supposed to be advertised. The chief of police one was supposed to be advertised already.
I thought that one needed to be redone in our, BIA
BIA
contract.
contract, yeah, but then we did advertise.
But they had to change the language in the BI, and so if we didn't have anybody from admin asking for that to be amended, then we technically have to have a line item to pay them. And right now, our line item was chief administrator, not chief of police.
Here, you got a pen?
So yeah, make it that way.
There was a lot of things that were done there.
I think that SRD in the new recontracting package included the chief of police position description. And since I visit with, I can't, I think that that's,
So that's been done now?
it's a request in, but it won't be effective till October 1.
So can we advertise while that's still getting worked out?
Yeah, if I were you, I'd get a copy of the position description that SRD sent in and then go ahead and advertise that.
That's why I said we should wait. What motion is she talking about? From this body? Or from?
Yeah, to advertise those positions, so they're being advertised for 30 days or however long you guys want to do it. But she won't do them until this body makes a motion to advertise them.
Chairman?
Emily,
I also got a couple calls asking about the AG office. So people had put in an application and haven't heard anything back in over 3 months. So I was just wondering where that is at and if we could have an update on that. If we're still needing to advertise, I'd like to make sure that it's being advertised. But if I could get an update for them on the application.
So the 2 minus the chief of police, because that needs some work and it needs to be done thoroughly this time. So I would suggest you just do the 2.
I'll motion to advertise the petrol director and legislative affairs director for 30 days. 30 days?
those two.
Those two.
Is there a second for the raised motion? Bill, question by Charlie. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
What about AGM?
That's what I was asking. I didn't get a response because I would have liked to include that in that motion if I hadn't answered.
Can we find out? Where are they at?
Mr. President, do you have an update on that?
I don't.
Because we need to know where they've been advertising for it, not the beginning of it. We need to broaden our.
I think it was two things. One was, why that person or persons have not been followed up with in over 3 months. And then the second one is, if it still needs to be advertised, can we also advertise at this time?
Do you know, Nicole?
I'm not sure where it's at. I know that the council selected that law firm to be the attorney general. So that's who the attorney general now is, that law firm. But I'll find out.
Pretty sure this was an assistant AG position and they said they were in contact with the previous, or I don't know, whatever president.
I'll find out. I guess that's one thing I neglected to talk to Scott about before. Sorry.
So do we need to make a second motion to make sure that that's being advertised, or can I include that in Ray's to make sure that that's being advertised?
If Ray wants to amend it to.
I'll amend it to include the attorney general.
We include that, yeah. Okay, let's do that. Now what are we doing? Some ratification?
We need to ratify them. Some of these we might have done on the last time we met too. This was.
For the safety of man.
Did we do that one already? Yeah, I remember he's running around. I think it was for his building. Did we ratify it? And some of them did petitions, but there won't be September for that.
Looks like there was 2 of them for safety of dams, huh? Okay, what do we do? Start up at the top and work our way down? Is that what we do?
Yeah.
First one, we got 187 and 66.
187. You send it out, right?
You need to? We need a motion on 187.
No, just have to do a motion for that, right? Resolution 2024.
Motion to ratify 2024-187.
We got a motion by Jordan, second by Ben, question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
in here?
0. They're petition resolutions, remember?
No, that's why I'm asking. If I remembered, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, they just need to be ratified, they were already signed and approved.
Pardon?
They were already signed and approved, so we just needed to ratify them for the record.
It would still be good for us to actually see what we're ratifying.
I have a follow-up question. I've made several motions requesting that if there's any petition resolutions going around because we don't have policy for them, I requested that they get dispersed so that even if we weren't available to sign, we'd at least be aware of them. Do I need to, or what more, I guess, do I need to do to make sure that happens?
I have a copy of 187. I don't have approval for you.
That only gets approved by chairman too, though.
Well, we don't have any policies on
Yeah.
petition resolution, so I've made several motions requesting that if there's gonna be one circulated, that it goes through, email so that we can have time to review it, even if we weren't around to sign it.
It should only be on deadlines of lending. It shouldn't be for other things that need to be in discussion. I passed a motion on that before, but it was disregarded.
Yeah, that's why I said, that's why I'm concerned with too. I know I was, computer sure, for example, if we didn't meet or something, I would definitely call the chairman to let him know that, we didn't meet, so if there's any just resolutions to be handled with them, but.
It should only be if we're meeting a deadline. Otherwise, it needs to have discussion.
Yeah.
Yep. We need to get back on track and doing things
Already
right.
signed it, didn't we?
I said I signed both of them, but without having that in front of me, it's hard to keep track of hundreds of resolutions, which if we had it in our email, it would be easy to review. Thank you.
Go for it.
Sit down, Pat.
1002. It's a new email. It was sent out on August 9th at 8:20 a.m.
Thank you.
Motion to ratify 2024-204.
You just second? Micah? Any question? Bill? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Oh, you got an extra pen over there?
The budget and finance funds to the. Okay, you know. The one, is that third one we already did last?
Now, is this on all of them? Did they go through?
Yeah,
the-
go Are we on 204?
We just approved that one.
We just approved, yes. This one should be 111.
Yep.
The next one.
Can we sign? Can we go down to communities?
Down to community. Okay, looks like for something there for Swift there. 324.89.
Oh, she's got it. Thank you. Thank you.
I have it. Dude, I can do this one, she's not here. Somebody else can read it for them, it's just their community, right? Yeah.
You ready?
It just needs to be read in, because it's a community.
I read it?
Yeah, you can read it in.
Motion to approve 2024-89.
Motion on the floor, need a second. Ben, question by Charlie.
Has to read it in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fourth, whereas the Swiftburg community has placed healthcare as one of our priorities and have concern for the compacting of our Rosebud Indian Health Service IHS. Whereas Swiftburg community is requesting reservation-wide public monthly updates immediately in the Sichango Yate beginning the right to go on the compacting of our Rosebud IHS, as healthcare is a serious matter for all the people. And therefore be resolved, Swiftburg community members have decided to take the position of strongly opposing the compacting of Rosebud IHS at this time to have the tribal administration and council set up reservation-wide public monthly updates immediately in each of the 20 communities so that people are well informed of the consequences of compacting and be afforded the right to go on this important matter.
Kathy?
I just noticed that this is from March,
From Martia.
and we've already put it on the ballot for people to vote, so are we still we just accepting it in as record, or how are we doing this?
Just for the record, wouldn't it be?
I'm gonna do this
Record.
Okay.
So if you include that in.
Yeah, just for the record, yeah. Yeah, this was back in March 13th.
Yeah, dated to March.
Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Emily.
It's just kind of regarding that same issue, I guess, at the last health board meeting that got brought up as far as what the next steps were gonna be. I think the intention of that was to get the people's voices heard,
Right.
but it was a non-binding vote, meaning that no action was to take unless council made action. And so I don't know when we'd like to have that discussion, but I think there needs to be a discussion at council level to say, well, what are the next steps? I think there was a lot of issues regarding the election itself and how it went down, the ballots being separate and all that. But no matter what, the vote was no, so I don't know how council wants to move forward with that, but I think sooner the better. We need to have a conversation either today or soon about what the next steps mean for this particularly. We have comments from departments, comments from the people, comments from us, all over. So I just wanted to throw that out there that we need to follow up and give an answer of what now.
Kathy?
I'd recommend that we bring it up with the incoming council since they will be moving forward with it.
Ben?
Just a heads up on that too, that we are requesting every 30 days update on it too, I think, so that way something we should put along with that, so that way they're aware of it to all communities, all 20 communities. So this was dated back in March, so I think we need to just update them now because it did happen and this is the process. So I think along with that, next, we'll bring it up next. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a motion to the floor, we lost our quorum right now.
Who was the motion?
I just read it in for the record, so we don't need to.
Yeah, there's no motion.
No.
Right?
Okay.
This recommendation.
Moving on then.
Education, you have that one.
Education.
Reconsider, yeah, motion to reconsider and amend resolution number 2019-. I know.
Mike has moved, is there a second? Ray? From education? Yeah.
Binder.
What's the amendment?
Because we brought it on at last council, but we withdrew it because we wanted her to know what it was previously, but we still did it. What was being amended this now? I don't recall what the amount was prior to that.
We have a motion, a second, and a charter's question.
Mike, I just had a quick question. What was the amendment?
The amount,
The amount?
yeah, but I don't know what the amount was.
We don't know what we're spending now annually.
Maybe we should be making a motion on it then.
Wait.
Make sure our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed.
I'm sorry, Kathy.
I said we need to make sure our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed.
No, see,
It's good to know exactly what the amount was.
the family gave. Establishment.
Wayne, can you share your thoughts that you're giving Micah?
So, the family gave a little $1 million a while back, and they wanted to try to establish a down. And they wanted to use that for education, they wanted to use the interest in for education. But it never was invested. Well, I invested like, what, 3 months ago. So I think you're a couple of times when you turn money down. So it's just down to 50,000 now, so using like 155, 850. So the 850 is being invested now, 4% interest. That's up to you guys.
Emily?
So it sounds like that's pretty recent. Like, do we have any things in place about what that was supposed to be? What's not going to be touched, what we are allowed to draw down? Because it sounds like we shouldn't have drew down anything other than the interest or whatever we're getting off of that. I mean, that's an endowment.
That was the wishes of the family, but the council has already, the tribe has already spent like, $1,000.
And we still don't have any policy or procedure. I would feel more comfortable if we had something in place.
Yeah.
There's something. And that money wasn't invested, but so I invested like about 3 months ago. Prior to that, I wasn't earning anything.
Maybe next year we might have some interest off of it.
But if you're gonna do this, and so you know that I'll have to be $100,000 on the investment.
It's not.
And then one more follow-up, is the request from who? Education Department?
This is for their higher ed, so for their students to receive the assistance.
So is this additional or what's funding it now?
For whatever is funded out of.
I'm not sure what you use this money for, but usually when they request additional money, it's to help students, scholarships, like books, whatever, or to get back to school. They do get money for scholarships now from BIA. That's different.
Could we request a plan or a summary or just some kind of explanation, I guess, of what the money has been used on so far and what their plan is for the future, and then some type of procedure? But I think like, if that's a lot of money and if it was supposed to be an endowment and we haven't even set up that structure yet, we might want to start there first and then look at what that actual needs are, because if not, it could turn into a slush fund real quick.
I'll withdraw my motion.
You withdrawing? Governmental affairs? Nothing there, we got it for.
No.
I'm going for land and natural. Right. 2024-209.
Yep, there's 3 of them for emergency legislation from land and natural. I don't know if one of them is one we already handled or not.
The first one has a number.
Okay, we'll start with that first one. Motion for emergency legislation 2024-209.
It's just for approval.
Oh, no emergency?
I don't know why email's up there. It has a number.
I think it was the timing, but it didn't seem to matter because that was in July.
Emily, you're moving on that one?
Emergency.
She said it doesn't have to be emergency because it went to committee, so just a motion for approval.
Second.
Second by Dan, question? All right,
Has to read it in though.
yeah.
Okay. I'll just
read it in.
start on the third whereas. Whereas RST Resolution 2021-11 allowed for the RST Water Resources Program to provide water from Rosebud Dam to Luso Construction Inc. for road construction, and whereas the cost to provide $5 per 1,000 gallons for surface water from Rosebud Dam Lake in 2021. And whereas it is recommended that the RST Water Resources can provide to this construction company and other contractor for the same price water from Horn Creek Lake or other lakes on tribal lands for road construction on South Dakota Highway 44. And whereas there will be spot checks of water trucks and water log monitored. And whereas the issue was reviewed by RST Land and Natural Resources Committee, and they have recommended approval to the tribal council. And now therefore be it resolved that the tribal council approve the committee's recommendation and direct the tribal president to sign the agreement with the contractors and direct the RST Water Resources Program for implementation. So just quickly, this came up at committee. There were some questions because it was a little bit confusing. I thought they were going to reword it differently, but it doesn't seem like they did much. So that first whereas that I read was more just for reference as to saying that this has been done in the past and at what rate it has been at. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is the one that I might have a little bit of an issue because at committee level, we talked about it would only be cost effective or really effective to take from that one dam in that area, which was Corn Creek Lake. It wouldn't seem cost effective or any other kind of efficiency to haul from any other lake. And so I thought it was only going to be specifically for that one there. So that would be my question. And then there was a question on usage. If we don't have anybody monitoring the dams, then how do we know that they're not overusing or free use or anything like that? So just to see that they're going to be spot checked, I guess that's a little, I don't know. And better than nothing, but I would have liked to see somebody being part of that, like we're going out today or something, some kind of monitoring on that end. Those are just mine. Thank you.
And
Saw water that's coming on from the Creek Dam years ago when they built that road going west. I got property right on that dam, so we used to sell them that water. But last time, the last construction company came down, they didn't pay, so I ran them out of there. But they're getting water now, but they're getting on land that belongs to the community on that. But I just see that there's a pump sitting there, like that, still waiting. That's where they are.
Kathy?
Signing up because I have a RLS. That was my question I was just discussing with Emily is like, when something like this is occurring and we're charging them and the water is coming, like Sam said, specifically from the Corn Creek community, what we're charging, $5 per 1,000 gallons, that's a revenue generation. So is that funding that we're charging them, is that money going to the community because the dam is in the community, or is it going to the program? And with all these programs that generate revenue, it would be nice to know as a body, how much revenue are they generating either monthly or yearly, and where is that revenue being spent? So I think maybe that's something that we do need to look at because I don't think it's being monitored, just like with what it stands saying, you know, that the dam is in the community. If it's taken from this community, are we looking at it as Rosebud Sioux tribe property, or Rosebud community property, Corn Creek property, or tribal property? You know, it's kind of controversial, but it would be good to actually know.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Emily?
One other thing I forgot to mention earlier was another concern was, although it said $5 per 1,000 gallon, there wasn't a cap or an amount given as far as what we should expect for how much extraction of water is going to be taken. Like 1,000 gallons might not mean very much, but if you're doing, 10 loads or 20 loads, like how many, I guess, of those trips, I think that would have been, even if it was an estimation, I think that would be good to include in something like this. Either a maximum amount allowed or an estimate of what their use would be.
That's what you're saying.
Dan?
I really think that money should be going to the community, because our communities have enough problems. Allotments from the casino, and
I'm sure they could use it.
Yeah, so I don't think it'd be very much. I can't, but
I kind of basically meant all programs that are getting revenue. What revenue are they getting? Is it still tribal?
yeah, I don't think we talked about anything like that at committee about the budget part of it. The concerns were more from like the environmental, like water usage and that kind of stuff. Just because if we're bordering drought here every year, you know what I mean? We'd like to be able to monitor how much water is coming out of it.
Only $5 for 1,000.
But it sounded like they were out there ready to go like yesterday, so I don't know if the timing of this needs to happen.
Yeah, quick question, yes. It says recommended by the RST Water Resources to provide the construction and contractors with the same price of water with Corn Creek Lake. So I guess for me, I would like to see what Water Resources is benefiting from this. I mean, maybe it's paying for something, I don't know, but I mean, I would like to see that, because again, if they're saying on behalf of the community, they're taking this water from their community and charging the construction companies to utilize that water, I would like to see where that water or that funding is going, just like what Kathy, I think Lisa or Emily saying. So that's what I am concerned about is, yeah, it is a community, so we do need to make sure that if Water Resources has that money for something, we need to know where it's going to, and maybe they can work something out some sort. So that's why I'm just as concerned. A lot of communities, like I think with the casino, we're not getting any type of revenue back. So we would like to make sure that that revenue gets back to those communities, means that they're there. And then that spot check thing too, I think down here in Rosebud Dam, it's almost empty. So I don't know if anybody's getting any water out of there, and I'm not sure. But most of these dams are kind of getting, because we haven't had any moisture or anything like that. So I guess that's my concern about this one too, because we're authorizing Water Resources to get that money from these construction companies about the water. But if it's not time sensitive, I would like to see what Water Resources have in mind for that, so that way we can kind of justify what they're doing. Anyway, that's my, thank you.
What do you wish to do with 209?
I don't know, whatever you guys can do. I know Fremont just brought up a point when we were discussing this at committee, when this was done in the past, they were even going as far as trying to tap into our mini Wachoni line. And I think Shorty or Water and Sewer at that time had to step in and be like, no, that's for drinking water. If you guys are gonna be using this for construction or whatever,
Yep.
you might as well just use some of our lake water. So I think that's where the idea maybe originated from, rather than selling them our mini Wachoni drinking water, let them take from the lakes or whatever. And so, I mean, that made sense to me. My main concern was just making sure that there's a mechanism in place for us to either establish a threshold or establish a limit, but then those limits only are meaningful if you're monitoring how much outtake
Yeah.
is happening. And so those are my questions that I had is, I'm not up in Fort Creek. I don't see what's going on. I don't know how many trucks they're taking, and we're in the middle of these droughts and climate change. I just wanted to have some kind of, I don't know, protection, I guess, for our waters.
So you want to leave that alone and revisit it again at another time, or?
Is anybody here from transportation? Do they need this right now for right now projects, or is this like down the road projects?
I haven't heard from transportation any of this stuff here, but in transportation, you need the water to pack the road and
And so generally, where do they get water? Is this usually a common
whatever's
practice?
close, yeah.
Well, I think if that's the common practice, I don't want to hold up anything. I just, for me personally, probably won't vote just because I would like to see a little bit more protection, but I also don't want to be holding up our construction because roads are important too.
Isn't this in land and natural, not transportation?
It went through land and natural.
So we just send it back?
Transportation, I don't know, whatever you guys are comfortable. I mean, those are just my concerns because you know how I am with whatever, but I'm just one. I mean, if you guys are comfortable moving it forward, they've done it before in the past, that's okay too.
Environmental land and
But
natural.
six
because it has
whereas
to do
says
with-
there'll be spot checks and water log monitoring.
Yeah, but I just had concerns because it mentions water resources and we don't have a water resources staff in the field right now. Like our director, as you all know, is remote. I think there's a few office people, but we're in a transition period where we're asking them to help us develop what the future of that department looks like. And so I just didn't even know if they had anybody on staff or capacity to do that. If they do, that would be great. That'd be ideal.
And does water resources have the authority to generate revenue off of communities?
I don't know, because when Water Resources was here, I mean, they weren't here at this discussion. We were discussing with Shorty from Water and Sewer. So that's why I'm a little bit confused as why Water Resources is cited in the resolution, but our discussions were happening with a different department.
Is it because Syed isn't in that position no more?
He's been coming and then he sends Chuck if he's not here. So I don't know. And I didn't make the last line of natural meeting, so maybe there was follow-up. I'm not sure.
Interaction?
I don't know, maybe if we could just add a whereas in there that says, you know, at any point, if we feel that there's too much water extraction, we can halt or we can something just because there is no limit in there. I don't know that.
Why don't you make an amendment to have somebody monitor it?
It says in there that they will have spot checks and water log monitoring.
But not spot checks, regular checks.
Yeah.
Amended to state regular checks.
Would that fall with like the compliance piece of it, all under safety dams?
I mean, it could be safety of dams if it's underneath one of their dams for management, but they're tied into, they only get funding on certain dams, not every dam or not every body of water. So if that's one of theirs that they could, I think it could, and they would have probably the expertise to be able to tell what levels are good, what levels are not. So if we can involve them somewhere in there, I feel a lot more comfortable with that.
Maybe we should just table it and, because, I mean, if Stan has questions about it too, that's his community.
Kathy?
I'll make a motion to table it until the 16th, and so that all these other questions can be answered and we're thoroughly know what's going on.
We're gonna table 209. Is there a second? Jordan, question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting.
0.
Couple more there, Emily?
Sorry, yes, the next one doesn't have a number, it says RESPEC, which are the casing. Oh, the old one, well, the old one's got that. Sorry for my mom jokes.
Had a birthday this year, you know what?
Is this one emergency legislation? Yep, okay. Motion for emergency legislation?
Second by Kathy, question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
What will be the number?
232.
232, Emily.
Motion for approval 2024-232?
Second by Ben.
Okay. I'll start reading in the third whereas. Whereas RST Water Resources Program received $57,500 from BIA Energy Office to conduct energy-related project. And whereas upon several conference call meetings between RST and BIA, it was agreed to pursue a geothermal resource potential study on Rosebud Reservation. And whereas a proposal to determine the potential geothermal resource on Rosebud Reservation has been developed in conjunction with RESPEC, a copy of the proposal is attached. And whereas the cost to conduct the study is proposed to be $52,000, and whereas the proposal was reviewed by RST Land and Natural Resources Committee, and they have recommended approval to Tribal Council. And now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approves the committee's recommendation and direct the Tribal President to sign the agreement with RESPEC and direct the RST Water Resources Program for implementation.
You're seconding, Kathy?
Second.
Any more discussion on it?
Question, Chairman.
Question by Freeman. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Next one, purchase irrigation pivot.
Motion for emergency legislation?
We have a motion, a second. Question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Move.
Yep, move to approve number 2024-233.
Need a second?
Is that right? 233? 233, okay.
Fremont, you second? Okay.
Okay. Land and Natural on 8/5/2024. We'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas RST Ordinance number 8203 declared that there exists on the Rosebud Reservation the need to upgrade and operate a modern ranch and farming operation, which in turn would improve the economy of the reservation, and that all present assets except land and present obligations related thereto be transferred to the enterprise. And whereas to be consistent with the procurement procedures of the Rosebud tribe, any property purchased over $25,000 must be approved by Tribal Council. And whereas the Rosebud Ranch and Farming Enterprise Tribal Ranch has received a quote for One Valley Model 7000 irrigation pivot from Valley Performance Irrigation Inc. of Bassett, Nebraska. And whereas the Land and Natural Resources Committee at a regularly scheduled meeting held on August 5th, 2024, passed a motion to approve the request for the purchase of the Valley Model 7000 irrigation pivot for a total of $93,383.74. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the recommendation of the Land and Natural Resources Committee and grants approval of the request by the Rosebud Ranch and Farming Enterprise Tribal Ranch to purchase the Valley Model 7000 irrigation pivot from the Valley Performance Irrigation Inc. as a sole source using funds from the Tribal Ranch budget. And just as a side note, the Tribal Ranch used to have its own board. I'm not sure of the history, but for some reason now the Land and Natural Resources Committee has been filling that role of the board. But there's been a lot of questions recently about that. And if that's going to be the long-term organizational, we might want to make that the long-term organization of that instead of having them kind of over here, but in limbo. Because normally when you have that entity, they have their own board. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there for future, discussion. Sorry. Muddy to water.
If you need a question? Carter, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Okay. Two from the Transportation Committee. Yes.
5-minute break.
5-minute break?
Yes,
Sure
please.
can.
I don't have an intro. They were. Okay.
Cowboy?
For 126?
Lighting. I'll bring on the lighting first.
I'm the 126.
Farmly lighting?
Does it say 000?
Yep.
Okay.
Got a quorum?
Yeah.
Motion for emergency legislation?
Armory lighting one?
Yes. Yeah, the one that ends with 000.
Okay. Second by Fremont, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
To approve.
And what number are we giving it? 234?
Yeah, 234.
Motion for approval of resolution number 234, or 2024-234. I'll start at 1, 2, 3.
Second by Ray.
Fifth whereas on July 9th, 2024, Doug Sherman, the South Dakota Department of Transportation, SDDOT, regional engineer provided an update joint power agreement, JPA, between SDDOT and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for upgrading the lighting in LED and the 3 additional roadway light poles by the He Dog Elementary School. Additionally, the tribe will only be responsible for the utility bill, and the SDDOT will be responsible for the light pole maintenance, including replacement parts. Whereas the Parmling lighting is an existing utility account and the utility bill is being paid, therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby accepts the updated joint power agreement with the South Dakota Department of Transportation and acknowledges the tribe will be responsible for the utility bill and the state is responsible for the light pole maintenance, to include replacement parts. Now therefore be it resolved further that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorize the tribal president or the designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to the joint powers agreement between South Dakota Department of Transportation and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Reference the Parmley Community Roadway lights and the light pole maintenance and replacement parts.
Question by Mike. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
This will be resolution 2022-126. And this is just to amend it.
Second by Ray.
And there's no highlighted areas where exactly they were amended, and so I'm just going to read it in, if that's okay. You want to look through as we go? 6.
It would be good to know what we're amending.
Okay. So it's going to be amended. They're doing the Kilgore Road from south of St. Francis to the state line. And they want to stop that and have KLJ Engineering complete a design south of BI1 Kilgore Road. Here, just let me read this in. On May 18, 2022, the RST Council accepted KLJ Engineering LLC, KLJ, to complete the design of BIA Route 1 Kilgore Road, which is currently at 30% complete, and it would be in the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to modify the current contract with KLJ to pause the preliminary design phase and aid the RST Transportation in applying for a FY 2025 RAISE planning grant. Whereas KLJ has a proven record of successful grant awards and has presented a proposal
in which to assist the RST Transportation Program with the planning grant narrative and supplemental application attachments. The estimated cost of service is between $15,000 to $20,000, depending on the FY 2025 RAISE grant, NOFO requirements. And whereas the RAISE planning grant application would propose expanding the Kilgore Road design project to include Cherry County, Nebraska, Kilgore Road, 6.2 miles, the Warrior Road to St. Francis School, 0.5 miles, and BIA Route 1 through St. Francis, 0.3 miles. In addition to completing the design of the current 10-mile project located along BIA Route 1 from BIA Route 501 at the south end of St. Francis community to the South Dakota, Nebraska state line. Completing the planning and pre-construction of these routes will enhance the competitiveness of the future construction grant application. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby agrees to modify the South BIA Route 1 Kilgore Road Rehabilitation Project contract by pausing the preliminary design and accepting KLJ's proposal to aid the RST Transportation Program with the fiscal year 2025 RAISE planning grant. The planning grant will expand and design project rehabilitation a vast area of the St. Francis community that will increase the community livability. Acknowledges that the cost of the service between $15,000 to $20,000 will be adjusted once the FYI 2025 RAISE grant NOFO is released with the specific requirements. That's for the amendments. Sorry.
Emily?
I just had two quick questions. The first one is, that $15,000 to $20,000 cost, is that the tribe has to come up with that, or is that going to be written into the grant award so that it'll get paid out of the grant itself if awarded, or?
I believe it's going to work that way, though.
Okay, that makes sense. That's pretty standard. Okay. And then the second question I have is, do we have a working relationship right now with Nebraska DOT? It sounds like we did on the other one with the state of South Dakota, but I'm just curious how that's going with Nebraska. Because it makes sense to work together. We're so close right here.
Understandable. I think they wouldn't have did this if they weren't talking with Nebraska
Okay.
on that part of it.
I wanted to assume that too, but I just didn't know if we already have that. Thank you.
Kathy?
So when it says the Kilgore Road project, so this includes like from St. Francis down to the state line?
Yes.
Okay, so this is still gonna continue, because like the road from St. Francis to the Spring Creek Junction is really bad, so that will continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think they're trying to,
map it.
yeah, to pause that as of right now, because it's 30% completed, I believe, or the project, and add in the road to the school and the road through St. Francis.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that because it's really bad when you go outside, when you're going south of St. Francis, that whole road is really bad.
And that project will still happen.
Oh, okay.
When they have that done, or when they start? As soon as I get this grant, I would think. So if you accept this amendments, and they'll apply for the grant, and then I believe once they get the grant, then if they get the grant, then they'll do them roads. If not, then the 10 miles south will still continue.
Either. So this is basically to include that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Question.
Any question? Kathy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you.
PLE.
Oh, sure. Ray, do you want to go first? I know you asked first. Okay.
Yeah, I could go first, if I could. Tribal Council in front of you, there's a MOU, Memorandum of Agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the Boys and Girls Club. Treasurer Boyd just informed me that it does need a Tribal Council motion to approve, this MOA with the Boys and Girls Club for TAP. So I'd like to make a motion to approve amending the top policies and procedures, section 3A eligible borrowers to include the Boys and Girls Club, effective today.
Second by Jordan, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
CLE had something I forgot earlier, Nicole mentioned land sale. On the top, it'll say CLE Board of Directors approved 7/9/2024.
Oh, she's pushing that.
Sorry.
Oh, looking again.
Have her giving. Yep, I got it. Thank you. Nicole, this would just be regular, right? Not emergency?
It's not emergency.
And then the number would be
207? This one has a number.
Mine is. Oh, I got the copy from TLE. It doesn't have it on it.
We just need approval, right?
Okay, motion to approve 2024-207.
Emily has moved. Is there a second? Ben? Need to read it in, Emily?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. The fourth whereas the following described real estate generally referred to as the O'Keefe land has come up for sale in Todd County, South Dakota. Southeast quarter, section 23, township 37 north, range 28 west, 6 prime meridian, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres more or less. The southwest quarter, section 25, township 37 north, range 28 west, 6 prime meridian, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres more or less. The northeast quarter of section 26, township 37, range 28 west, 6 prime meridian, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres more or less. And the northwest quarter of section 36, township 37 north, range 28 west, 6 prime meridian, Todd County, South Dakota, containing 160 acres more or less. The subject properties include both surface and subsurface resources. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors reviewed this possible real estate acquisition on June 18, 2024, under Resolution 2024-06, and recommends approval of this resolution. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors is desirous of acquiring this real estate, and whereas pursuant to Section 19 lands of the bylaws of TLE, the tribe is authorized to enter into an agreement with TLE to manage and operate, subject to the approval of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs or his duly authorized representative, all lands now in tribal ownership or which may come into tribal ownership from any source. And whereas pursuant to Section 10, purposes and objectives of the bylaws of TLE, TLE is authorized to provide a long-term land buying program which would benefit members of the tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, through TLE's land acquisition program, will purchase this fee land in the name of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, by resolution, authorizes the tribal land enterprise to manage and operate subject property in accordance with Section 19 lands of the bylaws of TLE. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will direct the Bureau of Indian Affairs to take the above described property and trust in the name of the United States of America in trust for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the previously described real estate be acquired by Tribal Land Enterprise on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe for a purchase price not to exceed $1,136,000. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the tribal president or tribal vice president or tribal secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to sign any and all documents required to finance and finalize the purchase of this real estate.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Raymond? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Is there another one there, Emily?
Wow. That's the only one I had in my folder. Do we have more? I've got, if we have more.
That's two more.
Okay. Motion to approve resolution 2024-208.
Second. Ray?
Okay. The third one, whereas the St. Francis Mission was requesting that the tribal land enterprise purchase 137.18 acres of fee land located in Todd County, South Dakota from the church. And whereas the legal description of said land is as follows. Part of the northeast quarter of section 32, township 37 north, range 30 west, 6th primary in Todd County, South Dakota, containing 97.18 acres more or less. The southwest quarter of the northwest quarter of section 2, township 39 north, range 33 west, 6th primary in Todd County, South Dakota, containing 40 acres more or less. And whereas the TLE Board of Directors made a motion to request the St. Francis Mission return the land to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe without purchasing the land in a meeting held on July 9, 2024, under resolution number 2024-007, and recommends approval of the resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that said resolution is presented to the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve the request to return said land to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe without purchasing the land, and be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves this request and provides any and all information that could complete this request.
Need any question?
I got a question.
Ben has a question.
I got a question. Was this, went through the same mission also? Did they have their approval on it, or was it just something that they agreed on?
So my understanding on this one is, the St. Francis Mission reached out to TLE. TLE board said, if this was original tribal land, I don't think we should have to buy it back. The mission came back and said, well, we can show that there was a non-tribal owner sometime in recent history. So we bought it fair and square from that non-tribal person. The board then said, well, who owned it before that tribal person or that non-tribal person? Because it was the, I guess, at the time in the discussion that it was, this was all Rosebud land. And so until we can have that discussion of, you know, how the land went to the different hands, church land included, and how it should be coming back or reverted back if the church is no longer using it. I don't know if this is that land. It might be something that wasn't a church land. So that's something that this body here needs to discuss about if we feel comfortable purchasing land back from the church, knowing the history there. So I think that's why the resolution was made, but no action can be taken because also in discussion is we didn't want then the TLE say, no, we're not going to buy it from you. And then they turn around and sell it to somebody else. We wanted that to still be a tribal decision if the tribe wanted that land to remain out of tribal hands or if the tribe was willing to negotiate the sale of it.
I think that's just my concern on them, because I know they're willing to, I know Rodney's the one that's up there too, and he's rather willing to get back to the tribe, but I mean, they do want to get something out of it because of course the mission is a nonprofit organization, so, you know, I get something out of it. I mean, I don't think they'll give it to anybody else unless they give it to a tribal member, which, you know, that's a whole different deal on anyway. So, but I'm just kind of curious, are we just kind of taking it from them and saying, you know, give it to us, that type of deal? I would like to at least have both parties, in agreement with it is what I always see it. You know, so that way, at least, you know, it's legitimate. We're just not saying, hey, take this back from us. You know, so that's just my concern on it. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kathy?
Thank you. I would like a legal opinion from our attorney, and I'd like to know if TLE have a legal opinion. We don't want to put ourselves in the middle of anything that is going to have legal repercussions from it. So I would recommend we table it until we get that legal opinion.
Your motion is to table?
Until
Is there
we
a
get a legal
second to
opinion.
that motion?
Second.
Ben, question?
No.
Bill, all in favor of the tabling motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
Opposed?
1,
Not voting.
2.
Is that it for TLE?
1, 2.
Claire, you have more?
That's all, motion to adjourn. I have, one more? One more part.
Is that
I don't have any more unless,
it? Was that one the same one that you already just did too? I thought you had another one.
I just had the O'Keefe one. That was the first one that we did already. And then she had this one in my.
And then I have my minutes to be approved for July, or June and July.
Some minutes to look at.
And then budget and sign up, so we're just gonna do it.
Answer your question a little bit. I was never in contact with anybody from the first.
Need it.
These might have been my teacher.
Yeah.
But they never came to the board yet, so it's
Yeah.
still really early.
That's what Robin was telling me too one time, we just keep it on the cruise, but it's time we want to sell that. Yeah.
Maybe they could just negotiate a better deal or something.
Yeah.
This year? History or something there.
Yeah. That was nice.
Well, that's what I get. Hungry.
I guess we'll have that.
So,
Yeah.
minutes. Then I'll be done. Then we're done.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna do budget and finance and really skip. Then we'll be done.
Budgeteers.
Mr. Kendall,
Yes.
I have a question for Nicole.
Sure.
Nicole, the June 12th, I made a motion that 2 weeks after the selection and the fair is over, that all individuals selected provide reports within 2 weeks to the tribal council. And if no reports are done, then they will not be allowed to be selected again. Do you know if all those people were made aware of this?
Yeah, motion excerpts go out right after the meeting, so.
Thank you.
Kathy?
Okay. Since we didn't specify in there who to get hand them into or to schedule them, can you reach out to them and let them know that they do have reports due to the tribal council? Thank you.
Right, yeah, on June 13th, on page 1, just have request to be excused, motion by Gillian, second by Chris Eagle, and question by Gillian. This needs to be checked.
Over to you.
Rick?
Yeah, if there's no other questions, motion to approve June 12th, June 13th, and June 26th, meeting minutes as in with the minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Need a question? Bill? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
A couple in July? 10th and 30th.
Sounds like we're sitting at small.
Jordan,
There's no more questions. I'll move to approve July 10th and July 30th meeting minutes.
there a second? Michael, question? Charlie? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Not voting? Budgets? I'll do them.
There's some in there folder for budget amendments.
I'll do one. Oh, there he is. I motion to approve 2024-111.
We have a motion on the floor, we need a second. Jordan?
Okay, fifth, whereas the Rosebud Tribal Budget and Finance Committee has authority and responsibility to review and recommend to Tribal Council approval of planned projects initiated for the benefit of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the PL 93-638 funding agreements governing the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adult and juvenile corrections have historically been under one standalone contract, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Corrections administrators have reached consensus that any PL 93-638 funding awarded for future contract periods to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Corrections must be separated into two separate contracts, one for adult corrections and one for juvenile corrections. And therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby requests that future PL 93-638 contracts to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adult and juvenile corrections programs be awarded in two separate contracts from fiscal year 2025 and forward. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents there.
Any discussion? Kathy?
Ray, was this because it's 638 funding, was this discussed with BIA and I mean, I don't oppose it, but I want to make sure that the BIA has approved or given the authorization that we can separate them. We don't want to violate the 638 contract.
Remember whenever Melissa came that day, I thought she said that. Remember? That she talked about it? And it was a law?
And if so, I'd like to see something from the BIA saying it's okay.
Okay.
Because I don't want to, we need to be careful we're not jeopardizing their funding for them. So that's why I'm asking.
At least I'm gonna have some
What?
questions
On this separation of the two programs, did the BI put something in writing saying that we won't be jeopardizing anything?
Where did JGC and ACF?
It already happened. Ken Ledoux is the one that, Melissa Eaglebear came to Budget and Finance and requested it, and we approved it, and it already happened with SRD.
And it's just now, so it's this.
So, yeah, look at the date on the top corner, that's when the last Budget and Finance meeting was, but we still need the resolution to pass.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure we're not jeopardizing funding.
Okay, so Lisa, you came just in time. Any question? Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? Not voting? Hey, do you have more there? Oh,
Chair here.
pass.
Last time.
Chair Newsom?
Out. Motion to approve 2024-113.
Second? Michelle?
Six, whereas the PL 93-638 funding agreements governing the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adult and juvenile corrections operations and maintenance funding have historically been under one standalone contract. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe corrections administrators have reached consensus that any PL 93-638 funding awarded for future contract periods to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe corrections operations and maintenance must be separated into two separate contracts, one for adult corrections and one for juvenile corrections. And therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby request that future PL 93-638 contracts to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adult and juvenile corrections operations and maintenance be awarded in two separate contracts from fiscal year 2025 and forward. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof.
I just have a quick question.
Go ahead, Emily.
Ray, could you just explain to me, or please, I'm sorry, what's the difference between the last resolution and this resolution?
They sound the same.
Oh, so I think the one before was their actual contract and this one's the O&M.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's why they're so similar.
He's repeating himself.
You need any questions? Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Hey, Michael, I'll do the next one.
Motion to approve resolution number 2024-219.
Motion by Micah, seconded by Jordan.
Yeah.
We did that one already.
Motion to withdraw.
This one was from, when Secretary Holland came and did her road to healing with the boarding school. You remember she went and visited a lot of tribes. So part of her report after she completed that road to healing was to establish this commission. This board, so that, but we already passed it.
Ray, you giving up? You got it?
Done. Yeah. I think that's everything.
Signing off.
Signing off. Signing off.
This time.
Last time.
Grab the mic.
Sorry,
Grab the mic and stop.
One more motion to adjourn.
Oh,
Oh, sure.
Anything else?
We're done, I'd like to make motion.
Lisa?
I had, sorry for my lateness today, my daughter had an orthodontic appointment that we took a little time for, so, but there was, we haven't had a lot of meetings during the election period, and I was really, felt bad with the passing of Valerie, and she was always very vocal when it came to our elections, and during the primary, I didn't really hear from her, so, I was wondering how she was doing. But at health board level, before the pandemic, when her dad was sick, she was running the cancer center. And then the pandemic came and then she got sick. And my dad went through that and she knew it, and she would come up and she would say, Lisa, we just need somebody to help navigate our appointments. And when you're sick, you don't want to be traveling or you don't want to be having to look for where your next appointment is. So through the health board, Skylar applied for a grant and we got awarded $1.8 million for our cancer center to help patients. So I'd like to make a motion to
name that cancer center after Valerie, and to have Skylar come back with, or work with the family on how they want to name it, and then come back with the resolution.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, with a second.
Question, there's no question.
Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not
I just have
voting?
one more in memory of her.
Yeah,
An Indian name for the center in memory of her.
yeah, they can work with the family. I also want to make a motion for our outgoing council reps. I really appreciate working with all of you guys, with all of you. And, you know, I learned a lot, even working with Fremont, sitting here in between Fremont and Martha, and our 2 council elders. And so, you know, it's really hard for council reps to find a job once they leave office or they're termed out. And I think directors get scrutinized for hiring council reps. So, and it's hard. I'd like to make a motion to give our outgoing council reps $1,000 honorarium and to have the treasurer find the funds.
Is there a second to that motion? Michelle,
I got a question.
go ahead,
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I mean, I don't know how that would actually work with the $1,000, but I was gonna say something like start quotes and stuff. And because again, too, these guys are really, they're voted in, so I just wanna make sure that we're trying to make this reservation better, make a reservation our people a better place. So again, outgoing, I wanna make sure that they take out that the service they've done here was monumental for us, not only us as new council rep, but also the tribe. So that's what I was thinking, is something to that effect, at least let them know that we appreciate what they did and stuff, so, but.
Did you want me to add circles in that one?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I'd rather have something like that going too, so, I mean, because money is money, but I'd rather see something beneficial for them, so. That's what I
okay, we need a question.
question.
Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
4. Thank you for your service to our tribe.
What else do we have?
I don't have anything else.
This is the last time.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, seconded by Ray, questioned by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not even voting?
Lisa. Does that include me? We're out. You're not counting anymore. I can't even get a check because we have to have a catering first. Tomorrow it should be. With you tomorrow.